Rangers.
People was doing that with the Warriors in 2016, and look what happened.
Yeah, okay. And they were doing it with USC leading up to Texas, okay?
They wasted all that time.
Yes,
but that's fun. That's why we're here. From the A32 Figgy.
What can you get?
Is this jinxing them from the A32 Figgy?
It's fun, but I feel like it's bad luck too because people gonna come after you if they lose.
People were saying I was giving them bad luck yesterday. How'd that work out?
Come on. This is the question I will ask though, because I don't think they're up there with too many of the teams that you just mentioned. Even if they do win this championship, I'd still put the Yankees ahead of them just because of 4 World Series. I think it's a real iconic squad. I think the Astros would have to win a 4th. But I will say this. I do wonder, does it make it more or less impressive to do it with 3 different general managers and 2 different managers? Because all the other stuff that you're talking about, like Pat Riley was coaching the Lakers.
Boy, was he.
Phil Jackson was coaching the Bulls. Joe Torre was coaching the Yankees.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr's been there the whole time with the Warriors. Does it make it more or less impressive if you have multiple general managers? If we're just talking about the impressiveness of it.
I don't think history's going to look at that too much. They're just going to look at the championships and what you did over that stretch.
But if you're trying to dig into the gray area, does it make it more impressive?
But yes, it does. I think it absolutely does.
713-572-4610 if you want to get in. Someone brings up a good point here.
Mm-hmm.
You forgot to mention Lance Armstrong and Michael Phelps.
So that's 3 uninvited guests.
What about Simone Biles?
Simone Biles. Okay, I stand corrected. Simone Biles won 10 world championships in a row. What a dynasty.
Don't forget about the comments.
Let's hear from C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud, you're going to gush when you hear C.J. Stroud break down the touchdown pass to Dalton Schultz. Let's hear the best of C.J. Stroud, the best you've ever heard him here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
I just put pressure on myself and the best prepared as I can. So, yeah, I would sound perfectionist, but it's hard doing that. I'm really hard on myself, which is a good thing, but I'm trying to be more accepting of my flaws and, like, plays I don't make. But at the same time, I'm not. I'm a perfectionist. I can't even sugarcoat it.
What did you learn in that late touchdown drive?
Take a little more off the clock. Nah, that's okay. All jokes aside. Just learn, this league is what you make it. Is what you put in is what you get out. I put in a lot of work throughout the week with my teammates. We do an extra 2-minute drill, 4-minute drills, things called bleed situations where we want to end the ball at the half, or have the ball at the end of the half, or points. So a lot of different situational things that we've been doing since OTAs, and the fruit of your labor is starting to show up on publicly when it was just private for a long time. Like the saying, whatever is done in the dark comes to light is true. So there's a lot of work that's been put in from not only myself but from my teammates, and then I think we all trust each other. That's something I think pops up on our film, like the trust I have in our receivers and our O-line. We all play as one. I think that's something that pops up on the film if you cut on our tape, is how we all want to play for each other. So that last drive kind of was a testament to that, and hopefully if we get put in that situation again, we do the same thing or even better. And hopefully we don't get in those situations anymore and just handle business before that. So it was good to see it on tape, though.
Robert, you told the huddle. You told them what they were going to do about it. You told what at that point were you seeing the defense at the level that you knew what they were going to do?
I don't want to give out all my secrets, but I just had I think it's like a gut feeling that you get like in between the games. So me and Bobby had a conversation on the sideline about like a certain route that we wanted to do, and we didn't have it in at practice. I just felt like in those big time situations, the guys that Jesse Bates is a great player, like super good, really instinctive. Like he almost picked me off on he did some weird 360 turn. It's the first time I've seen that, so now I got it in my bank, and hopefully he don't ever get me again. But playing against him keeps you honest, and I knew that he was going to try to make the play of the game and try to take it away. But previous film study I was watching film on like a big time third down situation, and just sitting there in like this quarters matchy cover 4 look, and I told Dalton to do a certain thing in his route that I thought would get us not only the first down but a touchdown. So we were on the same page, and I'm literally trying to break down exactly what I want from him in the huddle. And at first, I don't think it registered. And then he was like, okay, I get it. So Dalton's really smart and made a hell of a route. But yeah, man, just being instinctive, just trying to put my guys in the best position to make plays and win games. And that instinct, like it was really special. And Bobby and them were really happy on the sideline. And he was a part of that too. Talking on the sideline with him, I told him that I was thinking about doing it. And he was like, man, if you feel it, then go ahead and make a play. So made the play, and is what it is.
CJ, you just kind of going through that, what you were telling Dalton to do on that touchdown. Is that just you balling, or is that maybe a testament of the growth that you've had in this offense? Is that a moment you look back on and say, you know what, the offense is clicking for me now, and I felt comfortable enough to do that?
Yeah, I would say it's a little bit of both. I think I'm starting to get a little comfortable with this offense and playing fast and giving input to Bobby and our coaches on the offensive side of the ball. I think now they're starting to trust me with the ball. And I think when you're doing that, it's a recipe for success. And that's how big-time plays and big things happen in a season, is when coaches and players finally mesh and trust each other. Because it doesn't just happen right away, and that's just life. So, but for me, man, it's just as quick as you get comfortable, you can get uncomfortable in this league. So I'm keeping the pressure on myself. Like y'all was saying, I'm trying to be a perfectionist in everything that I do. I want every rep at practice. I want to do a full speed. I don't want to take anything off. And I think like back to my routine is what's going to get me to play better and be better in certain games and situations. So yeah, it's a little bit of everything. Just getting to feeling like myself again, playing this game at a high level really fast, and helping my guys around me. I think that's my biggest job, is to make everybody around me better. So a little bit of both.
When, as a quarterback, when do you know that it's okay, now this is my offense, I know exactly what to do, exactly where everybody should be and how to lead that offense?
Me personally, I think it's a certain look you get in the huddle from like vets and guys who've done it and been there before. Like for me in college, like I remember starting off, we were really good and we ended up losing to Oregon. I still played decently in that game, played pretty well, and I remember like still getting hate from it, and guys like would like just rally around me, and I was like, all right, man, like this is my offense, I got this. And then now, like in this offense, like when I get in the huddle and I'm saying the plays, like guys are looking me right in my eyes, like it feel like they trust me more than they did maybe in the preseason or like week 1, week 2. So I definitely think like when you put it on the field, that's when like guys in the building and the organization and front office, the coaches, the players, like everybody, even the chefs look at you different. So for me, like I just want to keep building trust and keep putting it on the field and keep playing well, because I know I can and I have that confidence in myself. But just as quick as you get comfortable and want to think that your stuff doesn't stink, that's when you get shot. So or make a mistake that you shouldn't make. So for me, I'm just staying on the little details and get better every day. But yeah, I think that's what I've been feeling, just more trust from everybody.
Oh my gosh, the chefs even, huh? That's CJ Stroud, man. That's some crazy stuff with Dalton Schultz. That shows film study. That shows Slowick trusts you. That shows your teammates trust you. That shows you can guide your teammates in the right direction. That shows
maturity and leadership.
Got there.
The Dalton thing alone.
Quarterback, no doubt. Coming up, lunchtime confessions. I got an interesting thought that crossed my mind yesterday that I want to confess, and also I'm also going to confess about the time that I ran out on the check. Next.
Let we go. Join the
All right, lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
There's one thing about this series, and it's going to be an awesome series, and it's going to be an awesome atmosphere, and it's going to be awesome back and forth. But there's one thing about this series that I know I'm going to hate. I'm going to hate. Maybe I'm irrational with that, but I'm going to hate it.
What's that?
Can you guess? One guess. Just one.
Social media?
No, Figgy?
The fact they're going to show cows getting milked throughout the game,
that would be one, but that's
channel
not
returns, and it's like, where are these cows?
I'm going to hate it. I think you both are too. Figgy?
Yeah, I have no clue.
No clue.
The Dallas mayor and Sylvester Turner are going to make a bet. You know they are. You know they are. They can't stay away from this thing.
I hate that stuff.
I hate that so much. I'll bet you some Dallas barbecue against Houston barbecue. But it's obviously just a grab for more attention, and political sway or weight and all this other stuff. I don't know why. Maybe I'm a little irrational. I hate that.
You do?
I hate it.
Yeah, you're going to have the mayor saying, hey, we're going to go up to Dallas and kick their butt.
Yeah, and they're going to make some corny bet.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So a video's gone viral of a girl basically talking about how she went on a date with a guy. It was a first date. It was a place that has a dozen oysters for $15. So that's a hell of a spot.
Yeah.
Apparently she had 4 dozen oysters.
Dang.
Crab cakes that were $30. 4 lemon drops, which were $15 each.
Holy crap.
Which amounted to around $150.
For her.
For her. The guy said he had to go to the restroom, and he split.
Good for him.
He split. My confession is I've done this before.
Oh, you have?
I have done this before. I did this many years ago. I did this before out of principle.
This was a first date? No, theirs was a first date?
This was a first date, yes.
Dang.
So this was back in the dating app days. I met this girl. It was when Pluckers had first come out. Go figure. We went to Pluckers.
Mm-hmm.
When I got there, I didn't recognize her.
Oh, because of the social pictures?
Catfish.
Brother. She said she was
the camera above her head?
She said she was a catfish. She was more like Shamu. We sat down at the table. This girl ordered big-ass beer, chugged it about as fast as I've ever seen anyone chug a beer. She ordered the big-ass sampler that they have there for the table. And then I didn't even know at this time, I know now, that you could dip your damn fries in ranch, and she got her fries dipped in ranch. I went to the restroom, and I walked right out that moment.
You know what?
Oh, man. Big
Right?
Bertha.
Hey, she lied to me. That's her fault.
Yeah, you know what, though? As much as you'd like to think, just write it out, chalk it up to the game. I don't blame them, because here's why I wouldn't blame them. I think both those cases, yours and hers, they were just using you for the food, man. I mean, they were just like she.
Nah, I think she was like.
Well, maybe not you.
She just thinks I'm dumb.
She had those camera angles from above her head. She looks really good.
Big Bertha, man.
Well, but I think this one, 3 lemon drop martini. What was it?
4 lemon drop martinis, 48 oysters, $30 entree.
Guarantee she texted her friend.
What she look like?
Yeah, I guarantee she texted
I need to
her
see
friend.
what she look like.
I'm not interested in this guy, but I'm gonna get a hell of a meal out of it.
That's what she basically said in the video. She's basically like, "You've been hitting me up. I decided to go."
Yeah, because she wanted to eat.
Yeah.
Well, that's a bail on her ass.
Yep. See.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm loving the old school manager battle here. But Bochy against Dusty. 74 Dusty, 68 I believe Bochy. I don't know. I just something about it. It kind of brings back some
OG.
So yeah, it brings back some
living OG bracket tomorrow. By the way.
Yeah, that's right.
In the spirit of this.
But it's kind of cool having these two old guys, getting their teams.
Legends.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolute legends.
There's still hope for me.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Brian Windhorst put this story out yesterday about LeBron James playing high school football.
About LeBron, huh?
His junior year. Yeah, Brian Windhorst, go figure. Here was the story. It went viral as heck. Here was what Windhorst said about LeBron James playing high school football his junior year.
You know why he played football?
I mean,
Because of Aaliyah. He was going to stop playing after his sophomore year, and then Aaliyah, one of his favorite singers, died in that plane crash. And he decided that he was not going to live his life being afraid. And so Aaliyah's passing got him to come off the sidelines. He'd skipped the start of his junior year. He missed the first game of the year. He joined the second game with no practice, no training camp. He played 12 games, had 1,200 yards and 11 touchdowns.
I didn't know that story, Brian.
All right, here's my confession.
Yeah.
Soulja Boy, please speak for me.
This is fake. This is fake.
This is fake?
Yeah, that's Photoshop. That's fake. On my mama, that's fake. On my heart, on my life, my little brother grave, I could die right now. That's fake.
How many lies does LeBron have to tell?
Man.
Like, how many times is he going to lie? Like, come on, bro. Aaliyah motivated you to go out there and play football. By the way, he didn't play his senior year.
Yeah.
They said he had a wrist injury. He was fine playing basketball. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Aaliyah motivated you to go play football because you wanted to live life to the fullest. Come on, man. That is absolute silliness.
Doesn't pass the old smell test.
When is this going to stop, Figgy? Where is the line in the sand with the lies that this dude is willing to tell that are so pointless?
This ain't never going to stop, man.
These are pointless
He
lies.
almost 40 years old. You think it's going to stop now?
Isn't it? Yeah. Like, it's one thing if you lie because
With
you
a
whatever.
purpose.
Yeah, you're painted into a corner. You're just lying just because.
He had to be one of them kids back when you was a kid, or when you got the game or something like that. You like, oh, I got that game too. It's at my house, but he really don't have that game, and he just making every excuse up like, oh yeah, oh it's at my auntie house, but I got that game too. It's like, why is you lying about that?
And as Landry said, just for no reason whatsoever. You know,
none.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So here I am talking about if the Astros win this and if the Astros win that, and picking them in 4 against the Rangers, and I do believe all that. The Phillies scare the hell out of me.
With that fake anger that Bryce.
No, I'm just saying
Bryce
the team.
Harper has.
The team. First of all, Bryce Harper is just a beast.
Yeah.
That is a.
It's a rowdy ass place. They seem to have a chip on their shoulder after last year.
Yes, they got that
angry.
going for them.
Plus, the Braves are awesome. If you beat the Braves, you can beat anyone.
Yeah, that is a scary, scary potential opponent right there.
So your confession is you're scared?
I'm scared of the Phillies. As much as I'm thinking forward, that's going to be a tough one.
Watch this.
If they get there.
These are my confessions.
By the way, Texans defensive coordinator Matt Burt going to join us straight off the practice field.
Very nice.
We'll talk to him momentarily. I got to confess, I had this thought yesterday, and I thought it was silly, but then I started thinking about it, and I confess, I might be onto something. I could see Deshaun Watson not being in the NFL in 4 years.
I don't think it's necessarily 4 is a little quick. That's why I'm hedging.
Is it?
It's a little
Is
quick.
it?
Yeah, it's a little quick.
He's not playing well. He's kind of exposing himself as someone who doesn't want to, he's not as tough as he once was. He's got the other stuff that is obvious. He hadn't quite done himself any favors. I could see Deshaun Watson not in the NFL in 4 years.
Willingly, or just
for whatever
nobody,
reason.
Like he's not good enough to be a starter, and people are like, okay, we don't want this guy as our backup. I could easily see that.
I think it's a little quick, but I'm not going to say it's stupid. I mean,
and I don't even know if he wants to play.
Yeah,
I don't even know if he's going to be with the Browns in 4 years at this point.
It's guaranteed money.
They're paying him. They are.
It's guaranteed money.
It's guaranteed, but they ain't got to keep him.
Paying him.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I didn't think that Verlander's potty mouth speech should offend anyone. If anybody is offended by this,
does anyone?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not trying to get a straw man here, but 7 expletives in 30 seconds and F-bombs everywhere. If there's anyone who thinks, bad look, or shouldn't have done this, or shouldn't have done that, I that's one of those people where you just can't help. I mean, that was in the moment. It was raw. It was real. Have you seen anybody like, oh, this is I don't know. I don't know. But if there's anybody, they can't be helped.
Get over it.
They can't be helped.
If you do. By the way, buy low, sell high. That's what they did with Verlander, and I don't know if they're there without him. To be honest, that's Lunchtime Confessions. Texans defensive coordinator Matt Burton joining us straight off the practice field. We'll also try to chase some local money with Michael Jenkins. Cougs play tonight. We got the World Series bread. We got the Texans, all that. Let's make some money and talk to the Texans defensive coordinator next. All right, we'll talk to Matt Burke in a sec. Houston Texans taking on the New Orleans Saints. I think it's a big one. I think it's a massive one. Got to get this dub. The Astros right now, they're going to have weeks to themselves because the Texans' bye week is beginning. So they need it. They need it. Does it mean that the future isn't bright? No. But in the short term, you got to get that dub. You can't just completely lose and then disappear and let the Astros do what they do, period. That's just, I don't want to say hashtag fact or real talk or any of that crap, but that's what it is.
It absolutely is. Absolutely is. For like, I keep going back to the buy-in from fans and buzz around this team. Well, there's a buzz around a team, all right, but it's not the Texans for the next couple of weeks, in terms of like, who's leading, who's getting all the banner headlines. It's not going to be the Texans. So, yeah, I totally agree.
Matt Burke, I do wonder what is the day-to-day for Matt Burke right now? You got D'Amico holding the play sheet. What is our man Matt Burke doing? One of the most interesting guys in that building. I do wonder what his role is. I do wonder about this defense as well. By the way, Laramie Tunsil back at practice, Shaq Griffin back at practice, Robert Woods back at practice, Tank Dell still out. And I think C.J. Stroud kind of gave away that Tank Dell wasn't going to play. Did you catch that yesterday?
I didn't. I heard it, but it must have gone by me. But I do think if he comes back, Tank Dell, from concussion protocol in 1 week, he'll be the first player this year in the NFL. So you have to expect all the other ones have gone at least 2 weeks before coming. The ones that have been put in the actual NFL concussion protocol. I saw that yesterday. So you would expect he wouldn't.
We'll just listen to CJ here. This was CJ. Tell me he didn't give it away.
Yeah, it's tough. I wish Tank was out there, man. He's definitely one of our best receivers. A great player, and me and him have special future to come. So, but this just like somebody goes down, next man up. Somebody else got to be ready, and I feel like we answered the bell when it came to that on Sunday, and now we got to do it again. And I mean, I think maybe even Tank might play. I don't know. I'm not sure what's really going on. So you never know what can happen.
I think he kind of told us there.
So whatever happens, I know whoever steps up will be ready.
I think he's out.
Yeah, I guess I remembered that.
By the way, according to sources, Tank Dell out.
I remember that.
I'm just kidding, okay?
Yeah, but I thought it meant like him being out in practice, but I see your point. Yeah.
I think he kind of slipped up there. Just me, though.
It could be.
Just me, though.
Could be. And like I said, that's an interesting stat that or factoid or whatever you want to call it, that he would be the first one to come back right the very next week.
Let's talk to Texans defensive coordinator Matt Burke here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Matt, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig here. Appreciate you for hopping on.
How you guys doing today?
Doing good.
Terrific.
Have you ever had a concussion, Matt? We're talking about concussions here. How many concussions have you had in your life?
I'm too old. I don't know if they categorized them like that back in the day. So I think it was the old school, had your bell rung a couple times.
Yeah, bell rung. That's what it was.
How many fingers? Back in the day, you just had to count.
Yeah, exactly.
And you had to be within two, I think.
You're good. That's close enough. Here we go. So, yeah, obviously things have changed a little bit.
Hey, before we get to your defense and what the Texans are doing, I'm pretty sure you probably heard this, but C.J. Stroud was talking about the touchdown he threw to Dalton Schultz and how it was kind of almost, I mean, not exactly drawn in the dirt, but it was kind of something that they adjusted to and made that play in the course of the game. From a defensive perspective, that seems to be like that's a quarterback that has a mastery of everything and certainly the confidence to make those calls and the confidence of his coaches from a defensive perspective.
Yeah, for sure. I'm part of that conversation or decision, but for CJ to be able to take stuff that he's seeing in game, and go back to Bobby with it and kind of have that communication back and forth, how they're playing this or a route or whatever it is, and then maybe have something to adjust off of it. That's kind of where you're trying to get to in life. So, yeah, kudos to him for sure.
Talking to Matt Burke here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. What would you say is the thing that the defense needs to most work on 5 weeks into the season? Obviously didn't get the stop at the end of the game. If there was something like specifically that you think that y'all need to work on the most, what would you say it is?
And this might be end up probably maybe being too broad an answer, but I think and that encompasses that. If you look at last week, I know Meeks talked about it. I would just say, like, big picture wise, situational football. We weren't as good on third downs. We weren't as good in the red zone. Then the 2-minute drive, like, in the course of sort of normal play, and we're doing our thing, and whatever it is, the intensity ratchets up, the pressure gets close. Things are at higher stakes. Like, we've got to maintain our focus and be at our best in those moments. And we've kind of risen to the occasion in some of those things. So that's been a huge focus for us this week of, like, hey, in this situation, when it's time to get stuck or down, it's a red zone, it's 2-minute. Like, those are times that we've got to be extra with communication, with focus, with where our eyes are placed, with our techniques. So I think growth in those areas. And like I said, I thought we did a really good job stopping the run last week and things. So the situational football for us needs to kind of, like, pick up from a and a concentration standpoint, I would say.
What would you say to fans that are talking about the lack of sacks from Will Anderson? Is there something deeper? Does he need to finish? Like, what would you say to fans who say, well, we saw that sack week 1 and we haven't seen one since?
Yeah, that's not something that we're, like, grading Will on. Obviously we want sacks, and as a team we haven't had the numbers. I mean, I can get into all sorts of, I think we're in the top 5 in terms of time to throw league, and a couple of teams that we played recently, that's a big part of their philosophy in terms of getting the ball out. So I think Will's working a lot on trying to tighten his up. That like, that means not like it's an excuse, oh hey, they're throwing the ball quick. It's like, hey, again, we have to be even more precise. Like, you don't have the time, and we're talking tenths of a second. You know what I mean? Like, hey, you throw, it's 2.7 versus 2.4, so you have 0.3 of a second difference. Like, how are you making that up? Like, every step counts, every move counts, like, you're always got to be closing. We always joke, like, ABC, you're always closing to the quarterback because you just don't have time. You're always on a clock. So, I mean, there's stuff for us that we have to be just more direct and more deliberate with what we're doing. And, but again, like, our judgment is Will executing the stuff that we're asking him to do, and he is, and he's been disruptive, and he's been a beast in the run game. And, we think if things the right way, the production will come, and it's like any stat, you start chasing stats, and then if you're chasing sacks, you're not rushing the right way. So, he's doing what we're asking him to do, and we just keep refining some of the things. I think he'll be fine, and the production will show up.
The old cliche is next man up, and you guys have been doing some juggling in the secondary. I'm just curious, that has to have been, like, your biggest challenge in the last couple of weeks. How are you handling that, and where are they right now?
Yeah, I mean, again, it is just every week, like, who do we have available and what's the best deployment for those guys? I mean, that's just sort of a conversation that's ongoing with the staff. And, I think that group, Dino and Corey Unlin and the back end, have done a really good job of getting all those guys work and getting reps and different spots. And I think we're fortunate that we have some, versatile players, like Jimmy and Jalen and those guys that can move around. And we've got some veteran safeties that we feel good if they have to go in with an MJ and, Shaq is a veteran corner stepping up. And, I thought Kadar did a really good job last week. So it is a challenge, but that's life in the league, man. I mean, it's never a matter of if you get injuries, it's when and how you deal with them. And, we coach all our guys the same way. And that's sort of, I know it's like a cliche, but the mantra of man, you got to be ready. We coach you guys to play, and you never know when your number is going to be called. I mean, Kadar didn't know that Shaq wasn't going to. I mean, Shaq was literally game time decision, so he wasn't really sure. He was playing until an hour and a half, 2 hours before kickoff, and stepped in and did a pretty good job. So, just all those guys done a good job in that room of being ready. And again, we kind of move positions, and it's our job as coaches to try to, like, just maximize, like, who's playing and where we fit best with those guys. So it's been a challenge, but it's part of what we do.
Talking to Matt Burke here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. You mentioned cliche twice now, and I think you've thrown like 7 at us. I want you to power rank your 3 favorite coaching cliches, the 3 go-to coaching cliches from Matt Burke.
Oh, like that are my favorites?
Yeah.
Just like what
are the go-tos? Next man up's got to be up there.
What's that?
Next man up's got to be up there.
Yeah, that's kind of, I don't know. Next man up mentality. Let's see. It's about us. It's not about them.
There you go.
I got one more. I don't know. I'll have to come back. Give me a minute.
Yeah.
Just do our jobs.
I try to be original, at least to keep it somewhat entertaining. So
No, you're the
Swarm. No, you're entertaining. Trust
No,
me
you
on
are
that.
entertaining. We know that.
Trust me on that.
We're just giving you a hard time. So, what is it like? And I want you to take us through it because you're actually in the mix, man. So you're right there. I'll be honest. It's kind of miserable sometimes when your team loses on Sunday. Like, you go to work the next day, it sucks. All of our listeners are pissed off. They always say, you flush it and forget about it. What's the longest? Like, is there any loss in your career where you look back and say, and still think about it, and you just kind of find yourself in that moment?
Oh yeah, sure, for sure. I was actually talking last night to D'Amico about, it's usually sort of the gut punch losses. I was in, Cincinnati in 2015. We had a really good team that played in Pittsburgh. With the penalty on AB and at the last minute, and just an absolute gut punch. You don't forget those things. We turned the ball over in a 4-minute mode, like just all the things that happened on the way. Yeah. Man, we all got scars. Those live with us. Should I go back? 2008 with the Titans, we had the best record in the NFL. We were 13-3. We were really good. We lost to Baltimore in the playoffs.
The Ray Lewis take it out of Eddie George's. Was that one?
No,
that was before. Yeah.
It was CJ got hurt. Or we had CJ. Chris Johnson was like crushing it, and he got a high ankle, couldn't go, and we kind of slogged through. We had the best defense in the league, really good, and we fumbled. We lost like 13-10. It was Flacco's rookie year. So we're playing a rookie. We were getting after him, and then we fumbled going in. It was like 13-10. We had a fumble on like the 15-yard line going in to win the game or at least tie it up. And, and when you just like try to extrapolate out from that, like, man, those were two really good, talented teams, probably the two of the best teams I've been on as a coach. And to lose in kind of heartbrreaking fashion, both of them, man, those scars stick.
Not that they're still hanging with you, man, or anything.
I'm the jerk that's bringing it up, man. I'd hate when time. I'm starting to get to the age where like time just lumps in, and I'm comparing, or Eddie George and Chris Johnson. Like, it's just I don't know what I'm doing with my life, man. I need to start living like. What are you gonna do for the bye week?
How many concussions have you had?
I think four in my life. Well, I still got the scar on the chin from one of them, but probably a little bit more.
Yeah.
We'll get you out of here on this. What are you going to do for the bye week? You're kind of a world traveler type. Is there anything fun? You just going to chill? What are you going to do?
Yeah, no, we're chilling. It's actually my son's first birthday.
Oh, here we go.
Congratulations.
So we actually got some family coming in town. We're going to do a little thing for him and party it up a little bit.
Okay.
Honestly, sometimes the travel on the bye week is more exhausting than not, It's all we're going to do this and go here, and then you're traveling the whole weekend. You get back, I'm like, man, I don't feel refreshed. So
the first birthday is the biggest birthday a kid will have until they turn 21. Like, the whole family comes, everybody's going to be there, decorations, the whole 9 yards. So that's going to be cool.
I'll tell you what was a cool moment for me since you brought it up. So we lost obviously on a tough game on Sunday, and it wasn't about it, and we're on the plane, kind of loading up, getting ready to come back, and my wife sent me the video. He took his first steps on Sunday.
Oh, man.
Talk about like getting over a loss as quickly as you probably could. Like, I got a video of him taking his first solo steps. So
that's awesome.
That helped ease the pain a little bit.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I got I got one. My daughter's about to be 2 months next week, so I'm right behind you. What is your drink of choice if you are partying it up? What do you sip on?
Well, it's not a partying up that stuff. I'm a bourbon man.
Okay.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me. A
little Eagle Rare or Buffalo Trace?
I got some Eagle Rare at the house. I got a decent collection of some nice bottles. I was in Cincy for a few years.
Yeah.
Kentucky Light,
Heck yeah.
Got some good access to some things from Kentucky. So that's
my wife's a bourbon girl. She's got the whole cupboard full. So
that's a good one.
Yeah, he's a bougie dude. Matt, we appreciate you, man.
All right, guys.
There you go. Great Matt Burke here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610 defensive coordinator.
Man, you think wine people are snobs?
Bourbon?
Whew.
Bourbon ain't worse than wine, though.
No, the snob factor. I'm not saying he's a snob. My wife is a snob.
Twirl it around.
Yeah, my wife is a snob with the bourbon.
Is she?
Yeah.
Did not know this.
Yeah.
Coming up, CJ Stroud gives you a scouting report on what went down. One of my favorite throwback clips of all time that is relevant, and an NFL player gets thrown to the fire and asked if he's willing to leave town. That's next.
It's Texans game week. Can D'Amico rally the troops?
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
C.J. Stroud on the Atlanta touchdown with Dalton Schultz. This is some epic stuff. There's a lot of layers to this, but this is one of many good quotes from C.J. Stroud. Here's what he had to say about the touchdown to Dalton Schultz with less than 2 minutes remaining that coulda, woulda, shoulda been the game winner for the Texans.
I don't want to give out all my secrets, but I just had I think it's like a gut feeling that you get like in between the games. So me and Bobby had a conversation on the sideline about like a certain route that we wanted to do, and we didn't have it in at practice. I just felt like in those big time situations, the guys that Jesse Bates is a great player, like super good, really instinctive. Like he almost picked me off on the he like did some weird 360 turn. It's the first time I've seen that, so now I got it in my bank, and hopefully he don't ever get me again. But playing against him like keeps you honest, and I knew that he was going to try to make the play of the game and try to take it away. But like previous film study, I was watching film on like a big time third down situation, and just seeing that they were in like this quarters matchy like cover 4 look, and I told Dalton to do a certain thing in his route that I thought would get us not only the first down but a touchdown. So we were on the same page, and I'm literally trying to like break down exactly what I want from him in the huddle. And at first I don't think it registered, and then he was like, okay, I get it. So Dalton's really smart and made a hell of a route. But yeah, man, just being instinctive, just trying to put my guys in the best position to make plays and win games. And that instinct, like it was really special. And Bobby and them were really happy on the sideline. And he was a part of that too. I talked on the sideline with him. I told him that I was thinking about doing it. And he was like, man, if you feeling it, go ahead and make a play. So made the play, and is what it is.
So that's pretty wild. So first he says he saw something on tape. Then at the ideal time, he put it to practice. He communicated with his veteran teammate about what he wanted him to do, veteran teammates, Woods and Dalton Schultz. And the offensive coordinator trusted him to do it. And, oh, by the way, he went out there and executed it. Impressive as hell.
I mean, it was maturity, obviously, for him to be in that comfortable doing that and seeing it. It's smarts. Obviously, he had seen it before and adjusted to it. And then the last thing you said is what really impressed me. They had the confidence in him to say, all right, let's do this. Boy, I don't know if anything has really said as much about how far C.J. Stroud has progressed and how mature he is than that. That's something you hear, 5-6 year veterans do.
No, that's next level.
Yeah. So
that's absolutely next level.
That was very, very impressive.
Yeah, that's insane. That's absolutely insane.
Yeah.
To be honest. Throwback Thursday. Derek Carr. This is my favorite clip of all time. This was when Derek Carr was a kid. His brother was at Fresno State. David Carr ended up being a Texan. He was doing a local news trip. They were just talking about the Heisman. Supposed to be just like one of those.
I hope he wins it.
Hope he wins it.
Yeah.
It turned into Derek Carr performing a shoot when he was a kid.
What you're running up against when you argue with people about the Heisman is they think those 2 losses should take Dave out of the running. Do you think that's the case?
No, it should go to the best quarterback or the best player that won, and one player went 2 or 8 or something and still won the Heisman at Notre Dame, and the Fresno State Bulldogs are 10-2, and my brother's not up even in the top 2 for the Heisman.
That's
race.
right. Paul Hornung, that was 50 years ago, before you were even born, went 2-8 with Notre Dame. He still won the Heisman. And we have another list of people that have won the Heisman Trophy, but didn't finish as well as Fresno State did this year at 11-2. It doesn't make any sense, does it?
No, it should be that David wins the Heisman, because this is, like, he's the best quarterback in the nation, and there's nothing else to that.
Well, let me ask the other guy sitting here now, David. You think your brother has some valid points here?
I don't know. I'm sitting here laughing at the guy. I can't believe he's saying some of this stuff. He's not politically correct, I guess you'd say, but he's my biggest fan, so I'm going to stick with him.
He's sitting there talking crap about Rex Grossman.
Yeah.
This poor little and David Carr's just sitting there like, oh god.
Yes. I like that he calls him.
What the hell is this kid doing?
The Fresno State Bulldogs, like a little kid would say. It's the Bulldogs.
How old would he have had to have been there? How old is Derek Carr now?
30?
Because that was in 01.
Yeah.
He's more than 30.
He got to be in his 40s.
Nah.
32. He's 32.
32. Wow.
Oh, I thought you said David Carr.
No, Derek Carr.
No, he's 32.
Okay.
So he's 32, so he was 10.
Yeah. Just like a 10-year-old. I think the Fresno State Bulldogs.
Broncos Chiefs tonight. According to TMZ, Taylor Swift will be in attendance.
All right.
Is this old yet?
Not for T Swift fans. But yeah, probably overall. It's a total. We speculated on this early on. Like, is this just for, kind of one of those old Hollywood kind of setup deals for
movie
promos?
Yeah, this is a
public
PR
relations.
Yeah, she got an amazing PR team.
Because it's weird, and you brought this up earlier. She's been on the 3 national broadcasts, but not the one. Well, I guess the noon game against the Jets might have been national. I don't know.
So is she acting in this movie, or is this like a concert type thing?
It's like a docu.
I think it's a docu concert.
Yeah. On the Eras tour.
God.
Because one thing she really needs is more money.
I do like those concert docs, though, and like those music docs. They're the bleep.
Music docs.
The Post Malone
behind
one,
the scenes.
the
Yeah.
new Post Malone one is awesome.
The
Has
behind the
Ozzy
scenes
come
stuff
on
is
stage
good.
with him?
Yeah.
Legit. Shout out to that.
Mm-hmm.
I watched Strays yesterday, the dog movie.
I thought you already seen
Oh,
it.
you was waiting to see that one.
Yeah,
we
but
talked about that a month ago.
by the time it got to the theater, it was just got a little bit too late, so I
Yeah.
decided to watch
And?
it. It's stupid, but it's hilarious, and I think the emotions that it gave me aren't emotions you're supposed to have. I
Like
got kinda
what?
sad on it, man.
That's because you're a dad now. No, being a dad
With
changes.
a dog? With
Yes,
dogs
yes.
cussing and all that stuff and flying? Like, I don't know. It's a stupid movie, but I don't know. There's some sad dog stuff. I think you should watch it.
I don't want to watch it. It's not
Why?
sad.
No, it's hilarious.
Okay.
It shouldn't make you sad at all. I'm a weirdo.
Yeah.
Like I'm a legit weirdo.
Anything with dogs, I love. You know that.
Oh, you'll love this. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
Like, it is hilarious. There's some goofy parts, but it is a hilarious. Will Ferrell and Jamie Foxx.
Yeah.
Can't suck too bad. It's funny.
Like if
You
you
should
look,
definitely check it out.
You know how when you go on Instagram, it gives you suggestions.
Yours is all dogs.
Mine's all dogs and women in bikinis. Tyler goes the same. I mean, if I'm just being honest.
Tyler, every time I see any chick's picture, right below that picture, it's Tyler Mill liked it.
Dogs and
every
women in
single
bikinis.
picture, it doesn't matter. Every single picture, girl, Tyler Milner liked.
Yeah. What about yours? What pops up?
Let's see.
Like I'll show you right now. It's all dogs and women in
It's
bikinis.
usually when I say something.
Yeah.
Let's see. Got Stanford Brout doing a pose picture in front of a house. Look, acting like he's working on his phone. Look at this. Who's his photographer?
He sets his camera up. I've told you that.
Yeah, I caught him doing a photo shoot here before.
Yeah, he sets his camera up. Like, look at this right here. That's my search.
Oh, you just go to the search?
Go to search and all the images that pop up.
There's Gumbo.
Gumbo, okay.
There's the Texans making news. There's a couple of shoe things.
Okay, so yours is more
fried chicken.
Yeah.
Canes,
I got a bunch of fishing in
Raising
here, too.
Canes, Frenchie.
Like left to right. If I'm looking at my search right now, Figgy, you can see it. I can show it to all the Twitch and YouTube viewers that are watching us. Don't forget to watch us on Twitch and YouTube, and of course,
Mine's not too bad.
Tell all your buddies. Like left to right, dog playing with a tennis ball and a girl, woman in bikini, guy holding a fish, dog with a patient in the hospital, another dog, and then 3 women in bikinis. That's pretty much it.
There you
Fishing, dogs, and that.
All right.
I'm not saying I'm proud.
Sound like a good life right there.
That's right. I'm just saying. I'm not saying I'm
that
proud.
DiCaprio De Niro movie looks good. That's coming out the 20th. I'm gonna have to check that
one
out.
Looks pretty good.
But yeah, you definitely need to watch Strays. It's funny as hell. Hilarious.
Okay. And it's out now?
Yeah.
On,
it's on Peacock and I think HBO and all that. all
Sounds
that
like
crap.
some weekend viewing fun.
Oh, it's hilarious.
Yeah.
It's stupid.
Yeah.
But funny.
Okay.
Very
That's
funny.
right in my wheelhouse.
Kirk Cousins was asked about his no trade clause. Stuff got a little bit awkward.
Kirk, is there any scenario where you would waive your no-trade clause before the trade deadline?
I'm just very focused on the Bears and going 1-0 this week, and anything else is just not worth my time or energy or attention.
Yeah, I mean, what would you expect, right? What would you expect? But I think he's probably thought about it, thought about it a little bit. Why would he not at this point, right?
You think? Or you think he just wants to stay in Minnesota?
He's getting paid anyway.
You want to go to the Jets? Where does he want to go?
Yeah.
Who wants Kirk Cousins?
Well, maybe the Jets, to be honest.
Tired of the Jets.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait, you see the Giants are going to be on primetime again?
That's the third or fourth.
Man.
Jeez.
Don't they have 5?
When can we start flexing? When can we start flexing these guys out?
I think they have 5 primetime games.
Golly.
Man, Jesus.
They're so... I don't know. I don't think there is, and I'm trying to think about this. I don't think there's a quarterback in the NFL that I enjoy watching less than Daniel Jones. I'm not sitting here. I don't know if he's the worst starting quarterback or not, but I would rather watch Zach Wilson struggle and try to figure it out than watch Daniel Jones. I would rather watch any quarterback I would rather watch Minshew Mania than Daniel Jones. There is not a more boring watch for me than Daniel Jones. I at least like watching Eli Manning, sometimes turn
ridiculous play,
turn chicken-ish to chicken salad and chicken salad to chicken-ish. It was at least like a. Daniel Jones is boring.
The Giants are,
but he is next level boring.
The Giants are. Don't sleep on Minshew, man. I mean, come on. I could be down with Zach Wilson over Daniel Jones as well. 5 primetime games. Crazy.
What's the max? Monday Night Football, Los Angeles Chargers versus Dallas Cowboys. You know what they're talking about in Dallas?
The Rangers.
No. He did it.
Who did what?
CeeDee Lamb. He changed his Twitter background to his OU days.
Oh, yeah.
It's no longer the Cowboys. He's got the OU days. Speculation
original.
going crazy now.
Very original there.
Going nuts.
Yeah. Just messing with people.
Book your bet. Chiefs versus Broncos. Chiefs minus 10.5 tonight. Book your bet.
Chiefs. How can you not? What have they won? How many games in a row have they beat them?
I know, it just seems like a sucker bet.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not against it. I'm just saying I would probably sit that one out.
Oh, well, you said book your bet. I'm not saying
book
I'm
your bet.
betting on it, but if I was, I would be all over the Chiefs.
There's talk that Jerry Jeudy could be a trade target for many teams.
Mm-hmm.
Some blogs have listed the Texans as a possibility for him. He is in his 4th year. First round pick, you'd have to pick up the option. Do they really need Jerry Jeudy, the Texans?
Nah, I don't think so. What do you think?
I think I would just wait for the draft or free agency.
I think he would be their best receiver.
What, you giving up?
Probably, but I mean, what are you giving the Broncos at this point?
Wow. 15 straight. 15 straight. The Chiefs have beaten the Broncos.
And that's in the NFL.
I knew it was a lot. I thought it was like 5 or 6.
Man.
15 straight. Yeah. I'd be going Chiefs. I think I'm going to follow that trend.
So they beat them for 8 straight years?
2015. The Broncos last won on November 15th, 2015.
That's 8 years.
No. September 17th. They lost the November game. September 17th, 2015 is the last time the Broncos beat them. Gosh. That's humiliating. About to be 16.
Cougs in action tonight versus West Virginia. Book your bet.
West Virginia. I don't even know what the spread is. West Virginia.
-3, West Virginia.
West Virginia.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Hell, I might bet that one now. You kidding?
It's at home, U of H.
Okay. Like next week?
West Virginia is 4-1. They haven't really played anyone, though.
And the Cougars 2-3?
Yeah. They beat UTSA and Sam Houston.
All right. Those are good dubs.
So you're going West Virginia.
I'm going. You know what?
You just lost a listener.
I'm sorry. I love our listeners. I like money though.
You're actually going to bet this?
I think I actually. I didn't know. I oftentimes, obvious like you do. I'm always looking at the lines, but I didn't even notice that one. Hell, that'll be fun for a Thursday night.
How much you putting on it?
I'm gonna text him as soon as we get to the break.
How much you going to put on it?
I usually go 50 or 100.
Your reaction tells me 100.
Figgy?
I mean, the reaction said 100.
Go 100.
The initial reaction said a bill.
Sorry, UH Coug fans. I'll decide on that in a little bit. I want to see how much I want to play with this, but I like West Virginia.
They're a scrappy bunch.
You said 3.5? You didn't say 13.5.
No. I said 3.5.
Hey.
So you're good on this.
Oh, come on.
I didn't think you'd be this confident in a random ass Thursday.
Now I am. No.
3 right now. Yeah, 3.
Oh, baby.
Get it at 3.
Don't even need to worry about
So
the
how
hook.
much you'll win if you bet this?
100 to win 90 or something.
Yeah.
Something like
Unless
that.
you bet 110 or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you might need to do that. Fresh bill for you.
Yeah.
The OG John Lopez, Landry Locker, Figgy Fig with you. Coming up, the internet is going nuts, and there is some anger in baseball that has nothing to do with the Stros.
Let's go. Join the
Got the internet going nuts.
All right, internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. So there's a weird storyline in an MLB. I guess someone on the Braves said, take that. Bryce Harper, media type, reported it. Now the entire Atlanta Braves locker room is pissed off at that media type. Bryce Harper staring at shortstops. What are we doing?
Orlando Arcia was the shortstop.
What are we doing?
The internet is going nuts. That's for darn sure. I kind of like I like Bryce Harper anyway, so I kind of like the stare down. But the part that bothered me is like the cameras were in the locker room, and there wasn't just one camera, like somebody on a cell phone. Like there were cameras in the locker room, and he's yelling. What was he yelling?
I don't know. Screw Bryce Harper, or take that Bryce Harper, or something like that. I don't know. I mean, who cares?
Kind of silly to complain about.
It's weird that it's like such a big storyline. I thought he talked about his mom or something like that. I don't know what the heck was going on
just
there.
good old.
I think they was complaining about something else too. When they complaining about him doing the celebration.
They also said that the dude's a snitch. Like whoever fired up Bryce Young is a snitch. The media.
But it was cameras everywhere. I saw the video. I mean, that's the thing that gets me. It's like, why are you mad now?
They're mad.
Yeah, why are you mad now? You guys were yelling it in the middle of like the media availability there in the clubhouse.
Baseball clubhouses, man.
Yeah.
Sacred.
Yeah, well.
Sacred.
I guess.
I got the internet going nuts.
Our guy Justin Verlander, speaking of baseball clubhouses, it's funny. It was awesome. I just enjoyed it. But it was a lot of expletives. I liked it. It was funny. Here it is.
Who's going to do the celebration? Me. Yeah. No. I'm doing the World Series. You do this. Come on, D.
All right. Boys, this is one of those seasons, nothing went our way early. We battled through injuries.
Yeah.
We grinded. I wasn't even here. I'm happy to be back. Yeah. Seventh time. All right? Don't take that for granted. On 7. Everybody pop these motherfuckers.
I think Justin Verlander doesn't drink very much, and he had when you chug a champagne, like if you don't,
champagne
if you haven't
goes
drank in a while, man. Yeah, I think that kind of got him. I know he cusses a little bit, but
it was funny. It was awesome.
No, it's hilarious. It was good. It was interesting that it got over the TV though.
Yeah, live. We apologize for the language. Yeah, you better.
I was actually fine with it being on FS1 at that point because they didn't bail. If it was on Fox, they would have bailed.
Yes, I totally agree.
Up there. Pop bottles, baby.
I love that. I was just laughing out loud.
Man, you get on that champagne kick. Oof.
Champagne goes to your head quick.
Headache though.
Yes.
This morning. Oof.
Yes.
You mix in the champagne with the other alcohol.
Yeah, well, you're asking for trouble.
Yeah. Well, it happens.
It does.
Many a times.
I got the internet going nuts.
This was Travis Kelce's mom, Donna Kelce, on the Today Show, talking about what it's been like knowing Taylor Swift.
We only could see you at home on our TVs. Mm-hmm. Was that the first time you'd met Taylor?
Yeah, it's fairly new, so I don't like to talk about it. It's just one of those things where obviously everybody saw me. I was in the boxes with her, and it's just another thing that's amped up my life.
Yeah. What was she like? What was it? So you got to know her a little bit. You got to sit with a couple games. How was it?
It was okay.
Okay. Doesn't sound that great. To be honest, I bet it would suck hanging out with Taylor Swift. Yeah.
I think it would be awesome at first.
Dead serious, not kidding.
Yeah.
If you told me Taylor Swift's going to be in the live lounge, you can go in there and have a happy hour mingling, I wouldn't go. I'm
serious.
100% serious.
Here?
100% serious.
I absolutely would go.
Promise you I wouldn't.
Why?
She just, she's too fake to me, man. Like, she's just fake. Everything seems like PR, publicity, all that. It just seems fake.
Well, I think this is PR, but I wouldn't call her fake.
Okay.
I'm telling you, I wouldn't call her fake. This, from the very start, we both said this sounds like a PR grab, a publicity grab. But I think
Have you heard the conspiracy theory about why she went to the Jets game and not the Vikings?
Why?
Because they wanted to make it to where when you Google Taylor Swift Jets, that's what comes up instead of how much because she tries to be like this environmentalist type of chick.
Mm-hmm.
When her Jets actually, she's like ahead of everyone when it comes to pollution with jets. There's a theory going on about that.
Wouldn't surprise me. But no, she's not fake.
She sucks.
I mean, no more than anybody else.
She's phony, man. Come on.
Sucks.
And so is Travis Kelce. Like, come on. We've talked about Travis Kelce.
That's a bit much.
It's not a bit much. It's not a bit much. He had a low-level reality show.
I'm talking about her being fake.
She's fake. She's fake. Her whole life is fake.
Her popularity is her relatability by so many millions of people.
All right, what's relatable about her?
I'm just saying, she's a regular girl singing about breakups.
Regular?
Acts like a regular girl. She has stories that are relatable.
She's a good songwriter. She's a good entertainer.
I think that's what makes her very relatable to a lot of people.
I think it's just she does good music, and people like the good music. I don't know about her relatability.
But she's always been like the most down to earth in terms of meeting fans. Like she could be totally
She still meets fans?
Yes. Like that's part of her thing as well.
She still has meets and greets and stuff.
Yes.
Okay. How much do those cost? No, I mean, since she's so relatable, like how much do those cost?
I don't know what anything
$5K?
costs. I bet
10K?
a lot of them don't cost anything.
Okay.
You hater.
There's no cameras, are there?
You're a hater.
Yeah, come on.
Hater.
It's a fake life, man.
No,
it's a fake life.
But back to your point, like if she was in the live lounge, I'd be all about it because there are very few people there.
I'm good.
If I was like hanging out with her on a regular basis, I would be like in awe.
You just heard Travis Kelce's mom play that. Play the end of that again. Travis Kelce's mom right here.
It was okay.
Yeah, I think that's because she didn't want to get their business out public.
She's on the Today Show.
No,
you think
that's
they
her
just wanted to
problem.
book to her?
No, that's her problem. That's not a Taylor Swift problem. She's like, you want me to be on the Today Show? Sure. We're going to talk about Taylor Swift. Oh, sorry, can't do
But
that.
see, if she was a ton of fun, she'd probably be like, oh, yeah, she was good to hang out with. I enjoy hanging with her.
I think she's just been muzzled, so to speak, or muzzling.
But that's not a good endorsement, though, to say,
no, it
she
doesn't sound
okay.
good. No, it doesn't sound good. But I think Taylor Swift, I think Landry's really got the haterade going on here, man.
Yeah, I do.
Clearly.
No, I 100% do have that. But there's some musicians you look at and you say, okay, that person seems like you would want to hang out with them. I feel like Taylor Swift would bore the hell out of me.
Bore you?
Bore the hell out of me. Like big time. Like Kelly Clarkson seems like she would be cool. Reba McEntire seems like she would be cool.
I like Reba.
Rihanna seems like she would be cool. Like there's a lot of like that. Taylor Swift, ugh. Jeez. Oh my God. Like literally, look at this literally
what is going on?
Relatable.
What is going on?
I just don't get why you guys like you and McLean try to act like Taylor Swift is like so cool, man. She writes good music.
She is.
What's cool about her?
I've talked about that already. She is just a very relatable, popular.
Now, do you feel like she would be cool without the music?
Yeah.
Hell no.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hell no.
Absolutely.
Because some people are cool because of their music, and if you take their music away, they kind of be a little corny.
No, absolutely.
I don't know what's relatable about Taylor Swift. Like to me, was Michael like when you get to and that this isn't even like necessarily just a her thing, but when you get to that type of level, it's really hard to be relatable.
No,
like when you get to that
life.
type of icon status, it's hard to be relatable. It's
a hard
almost
life.
impossible.
And that's why I said after a few minutes I'd probably like be uncomfortable.
Like what do you think
too
small
much.
talk's like? Like Taylor Swift walks in here, you're at the bar. What do you think the small talk is?
Whatever you want.
Just
whatever you want. I mean, like just regular small talk.
Oh my! Are those cups red?
I don't know if it'd be that.
Oh wow! I love the color red.
Where did this come from? Because you weren't like this a week ago.
No, I've always thought this whole relationship just
No,
screams of
that
fake.
yes.
Like his mom's going on the Today Show, bro.
Yeah.
Like his mom's going on the Today Show. He happens to have a podcast. Like I mean, come on.
You know,
he
I
had
agree
the
with
reality
that.
show.
You know, I agree with that.
She's like leaking out that she's going to like certain games and stuff like that. I just
see her whole thing is kind of weird too, because whenever she's, I guess, quote unquote, dating somebody, she phrases it as, "Oh, we're just hanging out." Like,
That's
why
everybody.
is that? Why
That's
is that
everybody.
news? No, it's really with her.
But everybody
that's where that
in
whole
Hollywood,
thing started.
They hide their relationships.
But with her, they always make it like, "Oh, we're just hanging out."
They
and then,
downplay.
And then when something bad,
everyone.
And then
That's
when something bad
they're
happens,
downplaying this.
No. Like they try to stay, avoid the, showing the commitment.
And then before she comes to the game, like 3 days later, Travis Kelce's on with McAfee. Hey, Taylor, I've watched you rock the house out here in Kansas City. come watch me rock the house out here in Kansas City. And then it comes out that she's coming to this stadium. Come on.
I don't disagree with
We're getting
this part
played.
of it. Yes, I agree with that part. But Taylor Swift is a different topic. I mean, she is just she is what she is for a reason. And I've told the story before about when she came here more than about a decade ago or more. Like everybody was just blown away by her, like just her personality, how like the way she acted and interacted with people.
How long ago was this?
It was about a decade ago, maybe 11 years. She was here. And of course, time changes some things, but I think that's still the person that people relate to. I do.
Haterade.
Haterade it is.
Haterade. Hey, waiter, can I get another hater?
Yeah. I got one more quickie here.
I got the internet going nuts.
Because I like this a lot. Bruce Bochy and Dusty Baker, they've got the internet going nuts. This is going to be I love that quote from Dusty at the end of the game yesterday. We know them and he knows us. This is old school. They've faced each other in the past, obviously in the postseason. 68-year-old Bruce Bochy, 74-year-old Dusty Baker. Get ready for some old school baseball and a lot of knowledge being imparted. This is going to be fun, just with the manager battle as well.
Yeah, the OG battle. We'll have the OG bracket tomorrow for sure.
I got the internet going nuts.
Yeah, Taylor Swift. You're getting some support, John? I'm getting some support. I don't know. Taylor Swift. What would your one question be to Taylor Swift?
Me?
Yeah.
What would my one question be to? Boy, that's a tough one on the spot here.
Someone says Taylor Swift is like Jenny from Forrest Gump to me. I'm not going to take it that far. Jenny from Forrest Gump is the most evil witch in the world. You should have pushed her off that bridge. She's the worst thing to happen to Forrest Gump. First of all, she almost gave him AIDS, and she didn't tell him he had a kid until she got sick and needed money. Yeah.
so she's above that. So she's above Jenny from Forrest Gump.
I've been meaning to call you. By the way, that wasn't his kid either.
Probably not.
She screwed a lot of people.
Probably
if we're
not.
being honest. Like, she slung it around like crazy.
She did.
I mean, there is no – and that kid, you look at that kid, that was definitely not Forrest's kid. Give me a break.
Yeah. Look at his eyebrows. They don't look familiar.
Breaking news, John Lopez says Lady Gaga is relatable.
I did not say that. I did not say that.
Breaking news, John Lopez says
She's
Madonna
cool,
is relatable.
But she's not relatable.
Who would you rather hang out with, Taylor Swift, Lady Gaga, or Madonna?
Ooh, boy, that's a good one.
Come on. Give me that.
As much as I've just defended Taylor Swift.
You got to go Madonna.
Probably Madonna. Probably
and I know that Taylor Swift's going to be bigger than Madonna,
I get
all
it.
that, but Madonna's like icon.
And the stories and the longevity.
She's crazy, though, isn't she? Isn't she a little nuts?
I don't know.
Is Madonna nuts?
I mean, she's done some crazy
The last couple years, she's been kind of off the rocker a little bit.
Mm-hmm. She's got that would be a cool hang.
Remember, she was I think she was paying homage to somebody on stage, and she made the speech about herself.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, I think she was talking about
Like at an
Aretha
award
Franklin
show
or something. Yeah, I think she was paying homage to Aretha Franklin, and she made the whole speech about herself.
Sounds like about 70% of the people we work with. Lord.
I'm here to honor John Lopez, but let me tell you about me.
I wouldn't be what I am today if it wasn't for him.
And I'll tell you the Joe DiMaggio story.
That too. Yeah, that too.
And I'll tell you the Joe DiMaggio story. Back when they first started.
Oh, man. That's internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, though, we know about how good stuff has been for the Astros and how great last night was, but there were a couple of WTF moments that I just think we need to address next.
Something
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Afternoon guys are at B-Dubs. We'll go out there in a sec. We know, like, we could sit here. You already know that the Astros, awesome. 7 straight ALCSs. Best in the history of the city, blah, blah, blah. We know that.
Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I mean, business as usual. I mean, I'm just saying, like,
yeah, 7 straight. Yeah, blah, blah, blah.
We got it. I mean, we know this.
Yes.
It's great. It's awesome. It's fun. Cannot wait to watch this series starting on Sunday. So we know all that. It's going to be sad.
No.
There were a couple things that happened yesterday, though, that kind of had me a little bit confused.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them was when I thought Stone Cold Steve Austin was coming to the plate. I will admit, and some of you may judge me, but you can judge me. Tupac said only God can judge me. That's a lie. Anyone can be judged. That is a lie. This Buxton guy coming to the plate, I thought that Babe Ruth had woke from the dead. I am a regional sport baseball fan. When the Astros play, I watch the Astros. I just figured the game was about to be tied with the way that the Twins fans acted when he came to the plate.
Look, we've all heard of
get that weak-ass pop-up.
This is where I was.
That was always funny.
Brady was like, sit your ass down somewhere.
I don't know this for a fact, but it sure sounded and looked like he broke his bat or cracked it or something.
I don't know what he did.
It was sawed off that much. Look, I was sitting there going, well, yeah, I'm familiar a little bit with his work. I know he's been a Twin a long time. But I had to look up. I was looking up his stats.
I thought he had 68 bombs.
Yeah, I was looking up his stats during his.
I was scared,
and I was like 17 home runs, but he's been injured. His career high is like 28.
Look who's in the batting circle. Yeah. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Play the reaction to this, because I was just like, what in the hell? I was kind of like, all right, Abreu's dealing, and I was like, oh, he's screwed.
Mm-hmm.
Buxton.
And you get that weak pop-up.
Yep.
Other thing I was confused by, Abreu's home run. I don't know how Amin didn't see this. And I actually talked to the guy who called the radio call. I said, was it confusing to see? He said it was a little weird off the bat, but it hit off the top of the upper deck.
If this was a local broadcast, I'd say, well, maybe they weren't in a good spot.
Yeah.
But this was not a local broadcast.
No, this was Amin in this home run. I mean, this is this definitely, like, if we played this, like, without any substance, let's just pretend that we're just setting this highlight up without even saying anything. Because there are some radio hosts who will just go through, they'll get a cut sheet and they'll say, hey, Figgy, play the home run cut of Abreu. Imagine if I was just saying this and then you heard this call.
Yeah.
All right.
In the air, well struck right center. Looking back on
Figgy, the home run.
Off the top of the fence. Is it gone? It is.
Why did he not even act excited after he knew it was a home run? Like, it's one thing to not know, but, like, it could have been like, home run, oh my God, the Astros take the lead, like something like that.
It
he
is.
acted like it was, it is a home run.
Is it gone? It is.
Plus, he said top of the fence. It hit the facing of the mezzanine.
Dude. Way up there.
It was way up
Y'all
there.
miss Joe Buck?
Yes. I like
Joe Buck's good.
Yes, I like Joe Buck.
Yeah.
Some people were saying that they thought that the announcers were pro-Twins. I did not feel that way.
I think they
like they were pro-baseball romance.
I could see where people would say that because I think they were pro-drama. And the drama they were trying to get would involve the Twins, making it, exciting at the end.
I feel like he was a little drier with the Astros home run calls, though.
Go.
Just a little bit.
Here you go.
Just a little bit. We just played one.
Here we go.
We just played one.
Well, I guess he.
I wouldn't knock the whole broadcast, but
oh no, you're
just
gonna blow up the text line.
Hey,
Figgy.
man, hey,
there you go.
Hey, I'd rather have Joe Buck.
No, I would rather have Joe Buck too.
Sure,
yeah, of course, one of the best of all time for sure.
Now he did hype it up at the end. I was sitting on the edge of my seat the way he hyped it up.
But that Brzezinski, I felt like was hyping it up in Wainwright. I felt like the baseball, the two analysts were hyping it up.
They did a real good job.
Yeah. Wainwright's nice, man.
Yeah. It was both of them were really good. Brzezinski's good too, but they were just like they wanted that moment. I mean, because they were you can take it to the Correa thing, and look who's in the on deck circle. They were hoping.
They said they're going to break.
Were praying for like a.
They said they're going to break.
Yeah.
They mentioned the three that was coming out the bat, and then say, "Oh, you got Correa in fourth."
Bro, I'm not a manager, and I understand that it worked out. But Correa's hitting 3 or 4 for me in this lineup. I'm getting as many at-bats as I can.
Mm-hmm.
They had to sneak it back.
Well, they did bat him up in one of the games, right?
Yeah, well, he hit 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Yeah.
They moved him around a lot.
Yeah, I would have kept him up. And that's the other thing that you got to give Dusty credit with Abreu. I mean, he put him where he needed to be. And then that was something that we all criticized earlier in the season, that's for sure.
Abreu just looks like a crazy SOB. Who do you think would win in a fight between Yordan and Abreu?
Probably Abreu, right?
Dude, the dude like has half his jersey unbuttoned and he's got those 2 chains
got the little
and
thing
his
tied
beard
on his
tied.
beard. Yeah.
I don't know too many people that would want to mess with him.
I said this yesterday. He looks like a Viking, like a real Viking, not a Minnesota one. Yeah. He looks like a bad dude. That's for sure.
He's 6'3", 240.
Yeah.
Yeah. No thanks.
Not to sleep on Yordan or anything, but
no, I mean,
yeah.
But Yordan just doesn't seem as crazy.
Yeah.
Dude, the guy buttons 2 buttons, and it's not like one of those like goofy boy band type of like 2 buttons. Like it's like a check me out.
I would dare someone to ask him to button it up a little higher.
What if there was a rule where you had to button your buttons a certain amount?
Well, I wouldn't work here.
The other thing that I think was a little bit wild was Jose Urquidy going into the 6th inning. And look, I get that he's been on the big stage and he threw 3 scoreless innings last year, but it's been up or down for the most part with Jose Urquidy, especially recently. Like, no one can shape their lips to tell me that even the most optimistic Jose Urquidy believer wasn't pleasantly surprised that he went into the 6th inning for literally the first time in his entire postseason career.
Yeah.
So this wasn't just like a ho-hum, that's what Urquidy does. This was literally the first time in his entire life that he did this.
Yeah.
That was switch flipping at its finest.
Yeah, I will say after the home run I would have yanked him. But he didn't, but that's fine.
You had no problem putting him back out there,
No,
right?
not back out. But after the home run, I would have said, okay, that's a sign. Because he had already gone more pitches than he had and all that stuff.
I have a confession.
Okay.
And this is just me because I like to be like the couch manager and kind of manage the game as it's going on.
Yeah.
Or just so that I don't like to use hindsight when it comes to like what I would have done when we talk about it.
Yeah.
I would have put Abreu back out there in the 9th.
No. Would you? Why?
Because Ryan Presley scares the hell out of me.
He does me too.
He still scares the living hell out of me, and I don't think anyone can hit Abreu.
But you've got a whole other series to worry about.
No, I get
too.
it.
Yeah.
I get it, but you got a while. But I was just sitting there watching Abreu, and I was like, man, just.
But see, the thing is, if it didn't work out right,
yeah,
it's all on Dusty. Why Dusty leave him in?
No.
What is Dusty doing?
But we were.
Why Dusty ain't go to Presley?
We were texting
Dusty being Dusty.
We were texting during with the Urquidy thing, and I told you guys, I said I have no problem with him leaving Urquidy out there. And of course there are some dusty hyenas. Like Show is right. Like there are hyenas lurking.
No matter what he do, it's all on Dusty.
Jose Urquidy was grooving and he gave up a home run. It's like, why the hell is Urquidy still out there?
No, it was after the home run where I'm like, that's a sign. Let's go.
At what points were you nervous yesterday? Because Neris scares the hell out of me too, especially going out after getting the one out. I have Neris trust issues and I have Presley trust issues.
Help me out here. What inning was it where I think it might have been Urquidy just threw a ball off the plate that was called a 3rd strike? I mean, it was 2 inches off the plate.
Oh, it was where they had to strike him out, throw him out, they were stealing and he stole.
Dude,
it would have been an easy steal.
That was ball 4 every day of the week.
Well, you know what I think?
That was ball 4.
You know what? I don't think Urquidy. I do not think Urquidy gets the job done if it's not for that play early on, because I think he was able to relax a little bit. I actually think in the first inning.
Oh, he wasn't good.
He didn't come out with his best stuff.
Yeah.
And you had the leadoff double. And then you had the Pena double play, and that kind of let him breathe a little bit. And on the next pitch, he gave up a bomb, but it ended up being 1 run instead of 2 or 3.
Yeah, that was 1.
I think if that play doesn't happen and Pena doesn't make it, I think we might be talking about Game 5 on Sunday. I thought that was huge.
But
that Saturday.
that was ball
Friday.
four. Like when they win that, I went, "Ooh, baby." That was a stroke of luck. And they go, "Well, he's the most accurate umpire in Major League Baseball this postseason." He is?
Really?
He is?
Yeah, I thought that was huge in the first inning.
Yeah.
Absolutely huge. Clint Stoerner on the show, Hughley. They're out at Buffalo Wild Wings. Where can we come see you fellas at?
That's right, Royal Oaks. We're out here at the Royal Oaks location. We were here last week, so same spot, right off Westheimer. So come on out here. This is a spot. Lopez, Landry last week. Pretty much two people just went ahead and had sex.
What do you mean?
Wait, what?
They started off at the bar sitting right here in front of us. I'm talking about a slob fest. I think Clint so eloquently put it. She had her hand on the back of his head, and they were just kissing like they were the only ones in the building.
Did it look like a first date, or did it look like?
No. What it looked like is neither one of them want us to say what their names are on the air, like they wasn't supposed to be here. That was around 4 o'clock. They walked out. They left around 4 o'clock. Hold on, Jack. They left around 4 o'clock. Show ends at 6. We walked out there about 6:10. They still out in the car at the door as if this thing has ended. Looks like he's giving her a kiss to go right back to her car, which parked directly next to her. And I'm like, well, hold on, y'all. Y'all been out here 2 hours. So, hey, you come on out here on a Thirsty Thursday, make a couple of bad decisions like these two did. It was O.R. Nasty. By the way, he won one of our $25 gift cards as well, and it seemed like it did well for him. So come on out here, and you got a chance to win. But it was fantastic.
Hey,
so
Tyler, can you mark this and send this to the Buffalo Wild Wings rep? I think this is a good endorsement.
Oh, my goodness.
People go there to get freaky, man.
Let's mark this one.
So they arrived in 2 separate cars.
Oh, yeah.
Our
winner.
That was.
They arrived at 2 different times. And I'm going to tell you, man, that
I got to be home by 7:30.
Lopez, you know the caress of the head, like with 2 fingers behind the ear and then 2 fingers in front of the ear as you're.
I'm so proud of them.
You're kind of splitting the fingers with the ear. You know, I mean, that's an intense exchange right there. And I knew, hey, they got to. You ain't got to go home, but y'all got to get the hell up out of here.
We walked out of here with Daniel from the promo team. We walked out the door, and they standing up, doors open, still going at it. And I said, damn it. That was 2 hours ago.
Yeah, I'm doing this to your ear. Imagine what else it can do.
They got those beer glasses, man. Those are good beer glasses at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Great
ones.
Great ones. Hey. I'm listening to you, Landry. Man, if Hector Neris makes you nervous and Presley, the rest of that bull, nobody else outside of Abreu has to put any level of comfort in you.
Yeah. You're not lying, man. And that yesterday, we're getting a lot of people saying they weren't surprised that Urquidy did what he did yesterday. The hell you weren't. Like that was long. You're telling me you expected the longest start of his postseason career, man?
I told you, I pressed the button, give me 4 innings. I pressed the button. Clint said, just step into the 4th.
Yeah. I mean that was switch flipping like we have not seen it. The Drive, they are live. You're listening to KILT AM KILT HD2. Take it away, show.
That's right, baby. The Drive is live, and we are live here, as we said, here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Come on out. Get in your cars if you're riding around, or when you get off work, make your way here to Buffalo Wild Wings, Royal Oaks location right off Westheimer. We'll be here until 6 o'clock. Big game on afterwards. You can stay and watch. The bartender, I ain't going to lie to you, she's crazy as hell, but she's a lot of fun. She has a good time, and you'll have fun, and she makes great drinks, and the food is fantastic, so make your way on out here. We appreciate everybody joining us. You got a chance to win some gift cards, some prizes here. If you're here, you got to be in the building, and if you are in the building, you can write your name down and get in this raffle box. Put it in the raffle box, and we will hook people up with things throughout the show. It's going to be fun, man. The Astros are going to their 7th ALCS, Clint, Tyler, and the city is used to it, but it don't get old. But you know what, Clint? I welcome you in here. This Clint Stoerner right here is he is rocking and rolling. He's got the.
Well, I'm trying to get on. We're on YouTube now. We're big.
You're trying to get on.
I'm behind times here. I got a new device over here, and I'm not signed into all the different deals, and so I'm trying to get the damn link here. So I apologize, Ron. I apologize for that. that start there.
It's all right because you know what?
Technology's not your strong suit, bro.
Listen, there's no reason you did not have to chime in.
I had
it's itching to get there.
I
reason.
hadn't been in the studio since 8 a.m. this morning. I got so it's taking me a little time to.
I'm not sure even if you got in at 8 a.m. you'd be able to figure this one out, bud.
Yeah,
again, stop it. Listen, the Astros are in the ALCS. Let's just have fun with each other.
Oh, I'm having fun.
And you know what? You know what, Clint? This to me causes for something special. All right, we've had a lot of fun with this show. The format of the show is kind of taking things away a little bit, but Clint, I feel like we got to do this. The Astros, they finished off the Twins last night, and I think this causes for one of those classic Tyler Milner Opens. I think this is. I know. I told Tyler. I said I need an open. I need a classic. Yeah, I need a classic open from Tyler Milner. Get this thing right. Set this thing off right. Set the drive off right. I need one, Tyler. I need it in my veins. Let me hear that open.
Let me give you an injection here, buddy. Enjoy it.
A lot of people were wondering what it was going to be like if the Stros didn't win the division. I guess we'll never know.
Presley trying to extend it to the postseason for Houston. The 3-2. Strike three. And the Astros, for a 7th consecutive season, are headed to the American League Championship Series. They hold on in Game 4, 3-2.
We plan on repeating.
Seven time, all right? Don't take that for granted. On 7, everybody pop these motherfuckers. 2, 3,
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's what I'm talking about, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Right there. That's right. He is the 6th best producer in all of Afternoon Drive, not in Los Angeles, in New York. Beautiful job. I'm not
really
just gonna
thought that was going to get me back in the top 5, bro.
I'm not just going to give it to you. No, I'm not. But that's it. That's it right there. There it is. That's what you need to get it going. And listen, Clint, they did what they were supposed to do. Right now, they may be the only team that's a high seed that will advance to the LCS in the American and National League. But Clint, that was a tight ball game last night, and the Astros did what they always do. They won.
Yeah, look, it was a hell of a game too, man. The way it all. I mean, just the build up to the end. I don't know how Lockdog found something negative about that damn commentary, because I'm gonna tell you, man, the last 3 innings, bro, I'm on the edge of my seat, and it was only, and it, like, you know me, man, I'm not that kind of fan. Like, I'm typically like toes up, okay, cool. I mean, the minute that
you needed the commercial breaks,
bro, no question, bro. When Correa lined out to Pena.
And he was pissed.
It's like a switch flipped in the commentator's head, and was like, because one of them made the mistake. I don't know who it was, but one of them said, "Well, you got to see Correa one more time," and they all kind of paused. And my man said, "Well, not if nobody reaches base." And it's like right there, they flipped the switch right there. And again, it was only because of the commentary. I sat up and I was like, man, you know what? They're right. Yeah. Man, we got like. This thing's going to come down to Correa at the plate.
Tyler kept saying his last at bat. I said, oh, no. Yeah. Oh, no, Tyler. His last at bat.
Hey, man, I'm just telling you, I'm like, damn. And so I'm on the edge of the seat, I mean, for the entire, last 3 innings.
Yes.
And then Presley almost falls down. And when Presley falls down, and
I was in my mind, I was like, oh my God, who do you go to?
That's the. I heard Lopez or Locke, one of them, say a little earlier, like, when did you get nervous? Like, I'm not much of a nervous fan, but at that point right there, I was in it. I was with them. I was feeling it, and at that moment, I thought, damn, something's wrong with him. I mean, that's a knee. That's a knee. That's an ankle. Like, what in the hell? I wasn't even worried about the World Series. I was worried about the ALCS. In my mind, I'm thinking, they done ran through Neris and Abreu. Yeah, they ain't got nobody warming up. what are they going to do here? And then he goes 3 balls on 3 straight hitters and ends up striking them out. I mean,
they were
it
all
was
full counts. Yeah.
Yeah, man. It
like
was,
if you look at it, he struck out the side, nobody on. It wasn't that easy.
no, it wasn't. It was not, man.
I would have tried to make Brian Abreu get in disguise and go back out there in the bullpen and warm up and act like he was Ryan Stanek or somebody. That's what I would try to put him in somebody else's uniform to go out there. No, it was a crazy. We were at Kirby Ice House watching it, and the hush went to as well when he went down off the mound. That, the hush was crazy around it. Now we talked about this before, and I want y'all to be serious. 713-572-4610. Don't you go out there and lie, because I know Clint will be dead honest. We know what you said as we were sitting there last Friday to start the series.
Changed. It ain't changed. I know where you're going. It ain't changed.
How bad did you not want Carlos Correa to get up in that box? How bad were you worried, like, hey, Ryan, don't let Correa get back up to the plate? How nervous were you to thinking, please shut this down so that dude doesn't get back into the box?
I was I was on the edge of my seat, not for Correa, but after the home run. When they got within one,
yeah, Julian.
I was so nervous he was going to get on base. And at that point in time, it's just one swing, man. You know, and let's be honest, with the exception of Abreu, it ain't like that the guys that we roll out there. They're great now, don't get me wrong, but it ain't like the guys that we roll out there are just blowing it by them. It ain't
except
like
for Abreu.
Well, that's what I said. That's what I said. With the exception of Abreu, like everybody else is throwing pitches up there that you feel like, boy, one mistake and somebody's going to hit it out of the damn ballpark. And so mine was less about Correa and more about just down one. I was already on the edge of the seat. If somebody would have reached base, I would have been an absolute nervous wreck. And now it just happened to be that Correa was coming up, but I would have been just as nervous if it were anybody. Gosh, what a build-up, the fact that it was Correa and the Astros.
I was sitting there with Ty. I said, they better get Ryan. You better get him. Go get him. Do not put this nut up here with the runner. Like it just felt like don't do it. Don't give him the chance. Leave him on the bench. Don't give him the chance. And that was big. Someone texted, it was great watching Correa get caught by Pena and then break his helmet out of frustration. Well, I was going to say, because he was
thing, right. when it left the bat, I thought, uh-oh.
He's thinking to himself, God, if I could have got under it. Like, if I could have got under it, he hit that thing.
If he just got under it a little bit, it was a stand-up double.
No, yeah. So what were you thinking? Not thinking, but what was the kind of the biggest things that you took out of this series? Because there were some things in this series that the Astros needed to go their way in here, and it did, right? And there's a lot of things. What was it that you, in 713-572-4610, what did you take, biggest things you took out of this these 4 games against the Twins?
It's easy for me, Ron. I'm more confident right now as an Astros fan than I've been all year.
Got to be, right?
And there's 3 reasons, right? Christian Javier went out there and dealt. Jose Urquidy went out there and dealt, as Lock Dog said a couple of times. First time he's been in the sixth inning in his postseason career, right? And then Abreu, if it wasn't for Yordan Alvarez being absolutely out of his mind, Abreu would be the talk of the playoffs right now, given what the Astros just did.
And he might.
And he might be anyway, right?
8 RBIs in that thing.
3 bombs. A
critical one. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, critical.
And Clint, not just bombs. Like he is tearing the cover off the ball.
I'm telling you, I said this early on when Abreu became an Astro, and I never got to enjoy it because he was so bad during the year. But the guy that hits the ball where it's pitched, it just turns me on. And that dude does it with a little bit of power. And that last night, that bomb he hit to opposite field, the
only thing that stopped it was that damn – that
electric board.
That board, it was in the way of it.
Ron,
it was not slowing down.
I'm telling you, man, I just absolutely love. That when that's why I like Yordan so much. He's easy to like, obviously, because he's unbelievable. But just, man, that whole pitch on the outside half of the plate, when a guy just takes that sucker and drives it to right center field with power, I mean, it is just a beautiful thing. And Abreu, he does it all the time. Problem is, he's usually tomahawking that thing and just chopping it between second and first or back up the middle. Now he's doing it with power, man. It's a thing of beauty.
No, I got to say, fellas, what's going on with first basemen here who have rough regular seasons and then come into the playoffs and just turn it up? Because this is Hughley, like times 10, though. This is like with the power and what he's doing in the game. And Hughley, who struggled during the regular season, and especially Abreu, who struggled the first 2 months. Then he mixed in probably August where he struggled too. Late July, he struggled. And then he's coming in. And he is looking exactly like the guy they thought, like, we can put him, hell, right there. Like, this is the dude they thought we could put in between, Alvarez and Tucker. Yeah. Now, they don't need to do that. But this is the guy we need to put in between them. Because this is like, I thought the Hughley thing was crazy last year. This is even more.
Well, this is what you signed him for, really.
Absolutely.
I mean, you would like for him to not have caused Jeff Bagwell so much heartache during the regular season. I don't know. Bagwell doesn't look like he gets too moved with any critics or anything like that. But I know. I got a bunch of Astros fans, and I'm talking about diehards in my crew. And the Abreu signing has been a sore topic for even the most just common Astros fan that doesn't care about contracts and just looks at the team and says, "Hey man, can we win a World Series or not?" Even those level fans have been frustrated with Abreu and pissed off with what Abreu's been able to do. But we jokingly said it last week, man, if Abreu comes out and swings the bat well, boy, everybody will forget about that regular season Abreu and thank Bagwell for getting that thing done. And here we sit, 3 bombs in the ALDS, and I mean, both of them big time, 2 of the 3 big-time critical bombs in early moments of the game.
Game winners, right?
Yeah.
The first one.
Ultimately,
yeah, 4-0 to make it 4-0,
Yep.
and then yesterday when it was tied, he goes deep. He goes deep there. Clint, I listen. Even like the Abreu is a bit of surprise, but still that the Astros would come up with timely hits and runs. It's not. I think the biggest thing, I think for me and anybody, when you look at it, and then because you talked about more confident, it's got to be the starters from games 3 and 4. Christian Javier, and then Urquidy, what he did last night. I mean, he damn near followed up the Diamondbacks start that he had out of nowhere with the same exact thing. And those 2 guys, that changes the game. If they're giving you, like, that's more than giving you a chance. Like they held that offense down, right? Both of them, and what gave up 2 runs between the 2 of them in their starts, both going 5+. Because we continue to say, how do you get this thing over to Hector Neris, Abreu, and Presley? And hell, them 2, both of them they did it themselves. Yeah. they damn near did it themselves. So
those 2, look, and it may be. Again, this may be a little bit of a knee-jerk react given Javier's struggles up and down, and given Jose Urquidy's injury, and then kind of that extended ramp up that we've seen to where even yesterday, he threw more. He was up into a 6th inning and had thrown more pitches than he had thrown all year. And the talk was, well, man, I don't know how much he's got left in the tank because he's not really stretched out as long as some of these other starters. So I mean, get all of that. Right? I mean, right now today it's easy to forget about it, and as an Astros fan to look towards the ALCS, the 7th in a row, along with a potential World Series, and feel pretty damn good about the 4 starters that you can roll out there. I mean, that's
hey, Framber's the only one that you looked at was like,
literally, Ron, if we'd have sat down and if we'd have round tabled this thing before the ALDS, and we'd have said, all right, pick 3 dudes to do their job exceptionally well, that's going to mean the most to the Astros as they jump into an ALCS and a World Series. I don't know that there's 3 other dudes. I mean, I'm not talking about the guys that were already playing well. I'm talking about guys that could raise their game up a little bit, that could show us that they're going to pitch their best or hit their best. I don't know that you could pick 3 dudes.
Yeah.
Abreu, Javier, and Urquidy. I mean, I really don't know that you could pick 3 guys that would improve or move the confidence needle more for the Astros than those three dudes right there, and they all three stepped up and were lights out.
Yeah, it was, and like when you, as you say, like who is it that you need? You know what you're gonna get from a lot of the other guys. Who is it that you desperately need? All right, Tyler, is this correct? The times and schedule. This is out.
Yeah,
right
they
now?
just released it.
Just released this. Looks like we're going to be we've been drinking again on the air. Coming up, game
You
one.
get a chance to party.
Game one is Saturday, 7:15. Game two.
It's Sunday.
Or I'm sorry, Sunday, 7:15. Sorry, not Saturday.
I wish it was
Sunday.
Saturday. How fun would that be? All day college football.
I
and
can't
then,
tee it up better for you any better than that, man.
Yeah, Sunday, 7:15. Game two, Monday, 3:37. The day we're going to be taking shots on the air, unless our boss stops us. And then they're doing the 2-3-2 format. So the first two games are in Houston. The middle three games are in Arlington, and then the last two, if necessary, come back in Houston. And and those are night games in games 3 and 4. 7 o'clock starts. Game 5, if necessary, 4 o'clock on Friday, and then 6 and 7 would be night games as well, if those are necessary here in Houston. So there we go. Got the times, baby. Oh, game 2 Monday.
Boy, and when you handle business, guys, not only did guys perform lights out, but now everybody gets a good, healthy. What is that? A 3-day rest, 4-day rest? Thursday, Friday, Saturday. For most of Sunday, don't play till 7:15. Hell yeah, man! That's a beautiful thing right now. Jumping into your 7th straight ALCS, and you are fully healthy, and your overall squad, whether you're talking about swinging the bat or pitching, that right now they are absolutely peaking.
Yeah, they are. They are. All right, coming up, the Astros. We will continue talking about their great accomplishment, and as they get ready for the Rangers here in the ALCS coming up on Sunday, not Saturday, for whoever who said that, coming up on Sunday. But there is a big game for the Texans on Sunday at 12 o'clock, and there's one thing that they've got to do. Clint, as we said, he's been on the film. There's one thing that they have to do, and Sunday may really, really show it if they don't do it. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, you never know when the next power outage is coming in these parts, man, whether it's a freeze or a hurricane or
the Upper Hand Fantasy Podcast on the free Odyssey app. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Royal Oaks Buffalo Wild Wings on Westheimer, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live on a Thirsty Thursday from Buffalo Wild Wings. And we're at Royal Oaks, the Royal Oaks location, right off Westheimer. Come on out. We were here last week, and I'm telling you right now, we're going to hook somebody up with a $25 Visa gift card. So if you're in the building, if you're in front of me at the bar, behind me, wherever you are, or you're on your way in, all you got to do is sign your name, put it in the raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win a $25 Visa gift card, among other prizes. We've got about 3 or 4 different things we're going to hook people up with today. And all you got to do is put your name in that raffle box, and you have a chance to get a win. So come on out here and hang out with us. Somebody on the text line, Clint said, first off, somebody on the YouTube, as we're on YouTube as well and Twitch, said, Ron, are you wearing a suit? Oh, man, I ain't wearing no suit, baby. It's got a little, little pullover, little polo, baby.
He's a dilf, man. He ain't wearing no suit.
Come on, yeah, man. I'm straight up dilf in here, man. I mean, I just make it got a fresh cut, though. I mean, I ain't going to say nothing about that. I mean, I got a fresh cut, though. I mean,
I couldn't see it because what you call it, your headset's all over.
That's right. My headset had been on the first full hour you were here ahead of it.
Oh,
you
my
just
bad.
didn't notice. But no, I got a nice little cut, man. I'm in there, but no, man. I mean, I ain't want to kill him with a suit yet. I mean, I ain't want to kill him. I ain't want to kill him too hard with that. So, no suit. But then on the text line, someone said, "Can we finally put the Maldonado issue to bed? He bowed out and called great games. No, the Maldonado issue is not going to be put to bed. It's not. I mean, there's just going to be a segment of people, and one, it's a fair, understandable thing. Because the minute that the offense becomes an issue, there is a thought right there that he is a problem. But he was big in this series, and I mean, and a lot of people wonder about the calling of the game. Carlos Correa himself, after the game, said, "Yeah, Maldonado was big, man. He pitched us all backwards. We were expecting something that they seemed to pitch backwards to us. So it was big this series. But no, it's not going to be an issue that is dead, just like I don't think Dusty for some people is going to be an issue that is dead for some folks. So, no.
Look, I mean, you can't hit – I mean, you can't hit 180 and appear to a good chunk of the time to have zero chance of getting a good quality at bat and folks not question whoever the backup quarterback is. I mean, backup quarterback, the backup catcher is. I mean, it's just
that's basically what Diaz is, like the backup quarterback.
You're right, that everybody wants to see. I mean, that's just the reality of it. Right now, with the lineup that the Astros have, there's very little room to piss and moan about a hitter not getting a good quality at bat or being a guy that can change the game in one swing. The only guy for 162 games, however many he plays, and when he doesn't play, it's even a topic then, is Maldonado. The struggles at the plate are real, and I don't think as long as he's hitting 180, that's in hard times that is going to be a topic.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a reality of what it is. I mean, the Dusty thing is a different deal. I mean, there's just, I think with managers and coaches and held players a lot of times there's just some people just don't like individuals, and it can't just be the coach, it can't be the manager or whatever. It's just that they don't matter what the guy does, doesn't matter how many games the guy wins, doesn't matter how many right decisions he makes. It's pro sports, man. It's sports in general, and he wears the hat well.
Yeah. So congratulations to the Astros to their 7th consecutive ALCS. All right, they'll play Sunday night, 7 o'clock. If you just joined us, they put out all the times and the days of the game. They'll play Sunday, 7 o'clock. The Texans will play Sunday at noon right here at NRG. And Clint, you've been watching the film. You talked about the run game yesterday. which is, a big thing that's been in question. But also watching the film, there's more with this offense that you think is something they've got to potentially change.
Well, I just think it's real easy for all of us. I mean, I'm guilty. We all are. But it's easy for fans to listen to all the buzz. You got Dan Orlovsky, you got RG3, you got all the national analysts that are ranting and raving about C.J. Stroud, and rightfully so. What C.J. Stroud has done, any way you slice it, right? But we don't need to say yeah, but. Right, to acknowledge and respect what C.J. Stroud has done, okay? But, there is, when you watch this offense, they're not going to win close ball games because of the way they're playing offensive football. It is going to be difficult to go out there and nickel and dime your way to victories. Now, I understand, there was a big-time kickoff return. There was the blocked field goal. And the next week against Pittsburgh, the defense stands up and gets you a fourth down stop, and you go down and score, and you were able to separate and really stay comfortable and stay in that, hey, I can nickel and dime just to stay ahead and eat the clock and that kind of thing. When you're in a situation where it's hey, you got to score. You can't leave too much time on the clock. You can't go 3 and out because they go down and score. They make it a 2-score ball game. You're gone. When it gets into those critical situations, which the better you become as a team, the more you're going to find yourself in, this football team is going to struggle to win games. You watch the way Bobby Slowick is game planning and play calling, and then you couple that with how C.J. Stroud is going out there and playing. It's going to be hard to win them ball games, Ron. There are very few shots.
They're becoming predictable. They're going to become predictable,
right?
And teams are going to adjust to how they're playing.
Well, and I think Atlanta did. I think Atlanta squeezed a bunch of the underneath stuff. Now, they kept 2 safeties on the roof a lot of the times because you were in 3rd and long a lot of the times. But when you look at the critical situations, the deeper it got into the ball game, they really squeezed the hell out of your offense and even made the underneath throws very, very difficult for C.J. Stroud. They were bang, bang, right? I talked about the 2-minute yesterday, and you look at the 2-minute, there was some urgency there. I'd like to see more. But really the problem was you threw 5 or 6 completions that were 6 yards, right? And here's the interesting thing is it's a balance that they have to find. But all the great quarterbacks, right? All the quarterbacks that are out there that C.J. Stroud is now being mentioned with. I saw some stuff there. Top 10 quarterback any way you slice it. To me, we got to pump our brakes a little bit on that one. Like there are, watching that game probably 3-4 times where you come to the line of scrimmage and Nico Collins is pressed. And Nico's got a decoy route. I mean, be honest with you, there's a couple times he looked disinterested. He knew the ball wasn't coming his way because they got to get it out so quick now because of the offensive line, because CJ's young, but whatever, right? There's a play where where Nico has a go route, and there is a high safety, but that safety creeps down right as the ball snaps.
He's not fearing that.
They are going to have to take more risk with the football, and that's play calling. That's the way he's being coached, and that's C.J. Stroud. They are absolutely going to have to come up with, okay, you're going to treat Nico like that? We're taking a shot. You know what I mean? If it's 2nd and 8, we're going to take that shot. You know, they've got to get that in. They can't wait until the fourth quarter and there's 2 minutes left and the safeties have been squeezing you, so you take advantage of it, and it becomes this one play. You know, then the other team goes down and kicks a field goal and beats you. You got to take advantage of it in the second quarter or third quarter kind of deal instead of waiting so late. So they got to make that adjustment, man, quick.
We'll see if they do that, because this is a defense that can suffocate a team if they know exactly what you're doing. All right, the Astros are in the ALCS for the 7th straight year. Let's go to our guy at let it out now. Let's go to our guy Robert Flores, MLB Network, and if you're not watching that during the playoffs, you need to, because they have some of the best coverage in terms of baseball during the playoffs that you can find. Robert Flores, he'll join us next, get his thoughts on this amazing Astros run.
Live from the Royal Oaks Buffalo Wild Wings on Westheimer, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in as we are live on the road on a little Thirsty Thursday. As we said, come on out here. There you go. As the Astros, they're in the ALCS for the 7th straight year. So come on out to Buffalo Wild Wings right off Westheimer, the Royal Oak location, and come and make a bad decision. Like our guy did last week, who was slobbing down that young lady he met up here and continued in the parking lot. Come on out here and make a bad decision and have a good time on a Thirsty Thursday. It happens right here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Man, please don't be like that. It happened, and it can happen to you. So come on out and have a good time.
Hold on, so.
I will not, as we are celebrating the Astros being in the ALCS for the 7th straight time, and nobody better to have on who I'm sure has made a bad decision his time or two on a Thirsty Thursday. Robert Flores, MLB Network. He joins us. Flo, how's it going?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Not too bad. It's feeling good, pretty good over here as the Astros somehow pull this off. Can you just explain how, like, just before we get into anything that went on in this series that they were able to wrap up against the Twins, how ridiculous this is? This hasn't been done but once with the Atlanta Braves in the 90s. They went to 8 straight. Yeah. But how crazy is this in this day and age with everything that this team has been through to continue to have this level of success?
Well, I think that's the key point. The key phrase of your question is this day and time and this age, because correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think all those runs by the Braves came under the expanded playoff format. I mean, as we see now, you have to win a division series and then get to the ALCS. When I was coming up, when the Astros first started getting good in 79 and 80, they won the National League West at the time, and then were already automatically in the ALCS. So as we see under this new format, you have to win a division series, a best of 5, and then move on to the ALCS. So what they have done is remarkable. I know they still make certain people feel a certain type of way, but that just shows those parties' stupidity, because this team, this franchise, it's a dynasty. We're never going to see it again. How much longer it can go on, I don't know. Will it go past the ALCS this year and win a World Series? I don't know. But I am here to tell you that this is a dynasty, and it's the best franchise and best run of success that the city of Houston has ever seen.
Roflo, what was the most surprising part of the division series here that we saw with the Astros? And I mean, look, here's Jose Urquidy goes into the 6th when I mean, hell, we didn't even know who that 4th starter was going to be, and I'll be honest with you, I don't know that Jose Urquidy knew it more than 24 hours before he started. Christian Javier, he pitches a gem, and then you look at what Jose Abreu's done: 3 bombs, 8 RBIs. I mean, he changes the dynamic of this lineup in a big way. Which one of they were all huge, obviously, but which one of those do you think is the biggest kind of coming out party for the Astros there?
It's the 2 Jose's for me, and Jose Abreu would be 1A, and Jose Urquidy would be 1B. I only put Urquidy behind Abreu because we've seen Urquidy in the postseason be really good. I mean, this guy, look, he is a 3rd and 4th starter, right? In a very good rotation. He's your number 3, your number 4, maybe even your number 5. But man, in the postseason, the dude, he's come through, and he pitched his you-know-what off yesterday. And I just like the fact about Urquidy is that these moments don't appear big for him or too big for him, and he challenges guys. He's not going to walk guys, and that's what I appreciate. He's going to get up there 94. He's going to sit 94, 95. Maybe he'll throw in a 96. But the breaking stuff is good, and he challenges you. Here's my stuff. Here it is. If you can hit it, great. If not, I'm coming right after you. So I appreciate that about him.
All right, Robert Flores with us, MLB Network. You can catch him all throughout the playoffs on MLB Network. And Robert, This seemed to come down, and we'll see what happens in this Rangers series because the Astros, at least player-wise, have an advantage now. Manager-wise, I think it's now the same with Bruce Bochy on the other side. But it seemed like in this Twins series, it was Carlos Correa who had the experience, and then everybody else trying to get an understanding of, even the manager, Rocco Baldelli, trying to get a feel of what knowledge he had. It seemed like the Astros' experience, the manager's experience being in these spots seemed to be a huge reason why they came out on top. When you look at the way that the Twins handled certain situations and the way the Astros did.
Yeah, I think experience matters this time of year. How much, I don't know. I think it's kind of case by case, matchup dependent also. But yeah, I go back to the end of, it might have been game one. I think it was game one of the Twins and the Astros. Ryan Presley closing it out in the ninth. Remember, the Twins had closed. They hit a couple of home runs, and I think it was a 5-3 game or something like that. But go back and look at the at-bats the Twins had against Presley. Remember, you're only down a couple of runs. You're trying to get traffic on the base paths, and their at-bats, they're trying to hit a 5-run homer. You know, so, and I think that is an instance where maybe experience or lack thereof is most evident. You know, I point to those series of at-bats in game one as an example of where experience or lack of experience can affect the game.
Well, let's move on to obviously the ALCS here, the matchup.
Yeah.
We saw a lot of it in the Lone Star Series this year, but just the matchup between the Astros and the Rangers. What are you looking forward to most?
Well, I think what's interesting is that. Well, let me answer the question this way. I think the 7-game series, a best of 7, has the potential to test the Rangers' rotation and bullpen in a way that the two best of in the division series best of 5 and the Wild Series best of 3 didn't. So winning those two series, they obviously got a lot of confidence. They're rolling, but I want to see how a best of 7 series impacts their rotation and bullpen. That being said, is Max Scherzer going to come back? And if so, what's he going to look like? The bullpen for me, for the Rangers, is still a huge question mark. Now, Jose Leclerc has settled in that role, in that closer's role nicely. Aroldis Chapman, I think, is the key to a big part of what happens in this series. Can the Astros get to Aroldis Chapman again? Is Aroldis Chapman going to give it up again in a key spot during this series? That for me that's like the two things that I'm looking forward to the most.
It's interesting in this series, and I know you follow football, so I think you'll get this comparison. It feels like when I watch the Rangers and the Astros play each other, it's like the Cowboys and Niners. Like the Cowboys just cannot, however juiced up they feel in the game. It's just something about the Niners that I've called the Astros the Rangers boogeyman. It seems like when they get on the field with them, I don't know what happens. Something happens to them where it seems like that's been an advantage in the games in this series or in the games this year against.
Yeah, I think that when I look at this Rangers Astros and the rivalry, they're really, for the most part, it really hasn't been a rivalry because the Rangers haven't been on the postseason radar for so long. You know, when the Astros first started emerging, say in 2015, the Rangers had their number. The Rangers ended up winning that division in 15, I think in 16 as well. Before the Astros had to overcome that mystique or the hump of the Rangers, whereas they just don't have the recent kind of context with one another in this sense. So it really isn't a rivalry. You know what it is? It's like, you know how it's you have family, distant cousins, second or third cousins that you see at the holidays every now and then. And you're like, okay, well, we're related, but I don't really know them all that well. That's the way this recent rivalry is for the Rangers and Astros. The cities hate each other, and that's cool, and that's fine. I mean, that's what we do. But the teams, they haven't really been in this position. So I think you throw all that away. And this is all about who's going to make plays, who's going to come up in the big spots, in the big moments, and that's going to determine this series.
All right, that's Robert Flores, MLB Network. As the playoffs continue, you can catch him and watch him in the mornings and all throughout as we're getting to money time here. ALCS coming up and starting Sunday between the Rangers and the Astros. Roflo, we appreciate you joining us.
Hey, you got it, guys. Have a good time and have a great weekend.
All right, that's Robert Flores, MLB Network, and we'll continue to relive this as the Astros. They now move on from the Twins and turn the page against the Rangers. Real quick, I want you to think this through. Do you think the final weekend, the final day of the regular season will now become a big thing because the Astros were able to get home field advantage? Do you think that is going to be a big deal now that we see where the ALCS is and the Astros have home field advantage? And we'll get you the latest on what we're hearing injury-wise with the Houston Texans as they get ready for the Saints coming up on Sunday. All of that coming up next right here on The Drive as we are live here from Buffalo Wild Wings. And as we're live here at Buffalo Wild Wings, I also want to tell you about Texas Star Grill Shop.
drought, if they're turning brown from the lack of water, if the branches are drooping and dropping, call Louis Flory. Louis
season for Houston. The 3-2. Called strike three. And the Astros, for a 7th consecutive season, are headed to the American League Championship Series. They hold on in Game 4, 3-2.
That's right, and that umpire, he wanted to get a little love as well with that. I mean, he came through, baby. He came through. Is that Tim Cheetah? My favorite umpire of all time, the guy who really wants. I mean, if you ever go watch Tim Cheetah, he wants you to know he's back there. He's got one of the best punch outs and loud sounds. But the Astros, they are winners and victorious over the Minnesota Twins. They go on the road. They sweep the 2 games in Minneapolis, and they win 3-2 yesterday. And Clint, first off, by the way, we are here live on a little Thirsty Thursday. Bring your ass out. All right, come on out. Come on out here. And if you are in the building, or you're on your way to the building, sign your name, put it in that box there. You got a chance to win cards. We're going to hook people up with some things here today throughout the show. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. But don't need your phone number, don't need anything else. Just go ahead and sign your name. Your chance to win some gift cards if you're on your way in or you're in the building at all right now. But we're here at Buffalo Wild Wings Thirsty Thursday at the Royal Oaks location right off Westheimer, so make your way on out here. And Clint, this wasn't an easy one, at least this game.
Yeah.
All right, they win the series 3-1, but this game wasn't an easy one. This was a classic postseason type game where the Astros grabbed the lead, and then it is tight the whole way, and they handed it over to the right guys in the bullpen, and they got out of it. There is no other way to draw it up if you're Dusty, right, is my starter hands it off to Hector Neris. Hector Neris hands it off to the dominant, potentially best reliever in the postseason right now, Brian Abreu, and Abreu hands it off to the trusted closer, his 13th postseason save last night, Ryan Presley.
Yeah, look, it was a thing of beauty. There's no doubt about it. I mean, the way it all went down, the tight ball game. I mean,
your ass was a nervous wreck.
I'm gonna tell you, man.
You thought you was watching your Razorback.
I was on the edge of my seat, man. I can literally few and far between times where I was. I mean, I was on the edge of my seat like it was a World Series elimination game or something. I'm like, damn, we didn't even have to win now. We could have came back to Houston and had another one.
You needed a drink.
I'm telling you, the commentators did a hell of a job, man. The wife was in there with me. She was on the edge of the seat. She ain't even a big sports fan. It's hard for her to sit there and watch entire ball games. And it was on when I walked in the front door, and it was on when she went to bed. And so it was it was awesome, man. It was what a way to put a nail in the coffin of the Twins, and the last 3 innings were, again, I was on the edge of my seat, man. After the home run was hit to get the Twins to 3-2, you're at their place. The Twins fans, tip my cap to them. They were loud as hell. Again, the last 3-4 innings right there, and the commentators were bringing the juice, man. So it was money.
No, it was a huge last 3 innings that they held on to. And Clint, I think the I mean, there's a few stars of the game, but I think the star of the game to me is Jose Urquidy. And you can jump in on this 713-572-4610. There you go. Thanks, Larry. We just had Robert Flores on, and Roflo was saying we've seen Urquidy have big postseason moments through the years as he's been around for a while and had those moments. But still, were you surprised by what he gave last night against the Twins, getting into the sixth inning? All right, going as deep as he did, and the dominant. He went on a strikeout run there for a minute there in the middle, especially after what happened in the first inning, right? Immediately, it looked like, this is a game that they're going to touch him up. How surprised were you by his performance?
Oh, I was shocked. Look, I mean, I didn't no way, shape, or form expected him to give you 6 innings of 2-run baseball. I mean, 5 1/3, whatever the hell it was, in 6th. Like, in no way, shape, or form did I expect to turn the TV on, be going into the 6th inning, and it's a 3-1 ball game. And at the end of the day, like I expected a lot of what Roflo said. Like I knew when he said Jose Urquidy was going to be the starter. You immediately know, okay, the guy's been there before. He's not going to be shook, not going to be rattled by the intensity of the ball game, by the playoff atmosphere. Whatever his best is on that given night, you're going to get it from Jose Urquidy. In no way, shape, or form did I think it was going to be to the tune of, like I said, 5 1/3 and 2 runs. I mean, I was shocked, and the Astros are going to win the majority of those kind of ball games without a doubt.
The entire time, the last 2 games, I was just watching and saying, all right, okay, got through another.
Yeah.
Like I'm talking about each inning. We're closer and closer to getting it to Neris. Closer and closer to avoiding, maybe some of the weaker parts of your team in that bullpen. And those 2 guys were able to do something like Framber couldn't do it. Framber couldn't hang on long enough to get to the guys to make it a game.
The beautiful thing about last night too, Ron, is it's really the flip of what we're fixing to see with the Rangers. It's like, right, I mean, with the Astros, it's, man, especially if it's Jose Urquidy, we got to get to this guy in 5. We got 5 innings to eat early on. Because once they get to that bullpen where it's Neris and Abreu and Presley, regardless of what I think, the numbers are pretty damn good, and they're in the favor of that bullpen. And so, he stretches it out through 6, and then you hand it over to that bullpen, and at that point in time, you're looking at a bunch of different arms. One of them is unbelievably dominant in Abreu. That's got to be hell to deal with if you're the opponent. Where with the Rangers, you can't get to the bullpen quick enough.
No, that's what they're trying to avoid. That's what they're trying to avoid. All right, speaking of the Rangers, let's turn the page. And what Clint was asking for, what many fans were asking for, was this meetup of the Rangers and the Astros. And the Astros dominated the series this year, 9-4. And I think a big part what happened was at the end of the year, this thing was supposed to be, when you go into the last week of the season in Arlington, home field advantage for the Rangers. They had a lead. They kind of struggled down the end in the last week, and the Astros went 5-1 to take the division title on the last day of the regular season. In you guys' mind, 713-572-4610. Sweet Pea Tyler, you can jump in on this as well.
Sweet Pea.
That just came to me. Do you think that's going to matter? Do you think that the Astros are going to gain some sort of advantage by being able to have won that last week of games to get this home field advantage? Do you think that's going to matter at all? We're going to be looking back and saying, boy, the Rangers really screwed up the last week of the regular season.
I just think I don't think it's a big deal. I mean, there's just so many factors, right? I mean, one, the Astros have been better on the road all year than they have at home. And then you look at, like, the Astros are just, I mean, when they're the bad guy, when they're backed into a corner, they're damn good. Especially when you're talking about the hitters and they're getting booed and all this and all that. They're just really, really, really good. And I really don't think it matters where these ball games are played. Now, I'm a home field guy. Like, there's just no way that anybody can if we are talking about having home field advantage or not, Like, there's no picture you can paint where I'd be like, I'm glad I gave that up.
Let's start in Arlington.
Yeah, no. That is to me, that's plumb silly. But when you start breaking this thing down, I just think the Astros are I mean, they just don't blink, man. They're unshakable. And so whether it's at home or on the road, whether we're talking about the lineup or the rotation of the bullpen, I mean, you saw it last night. I mean, like I said, that crowd was absolutely amped, and it felt like a Game 7 of the World Series, bottom of the ninth for the Twins for 3 or 4 innings straight. Like once they cut that thing to 3-2, that crowd was in it, son, and it just like the Astros just don't blink, don't flinch in those moments. So no, I don't think it matters where in the hell they play these games.
Both because of how quickly they dispatched of the Orioles and the Twins. Both teams are going to be able to set their rotation up how they want to and be fully rested. So that kind of takes that away. We'll see what the Astros do at home, but I'm not sure if that's going to be a huge deal. But the Astros, whatever happens, man, 7 years in a row, which is ridiculous that they are in the ALCS.
I mean, we need to ease on up Dallas way, man. Catch a game, man. Like I'd love to hit up old Javier's, and I ain't talking about Christian. I'm talking about Javier's gourmet Mexican food.
And I'm just telling you,
in Dallas, I'd love to take you guys there, let you buy me dinner, man.
Get it on my schedule.
And if we were to go,
it's on Jerry's.
And if we were to go, I wouldn't go unless Tyler could go with us.
Wow.
And I would say that, but
I don't believe you.
If they really needed us to go, then I would have to go, obviously, because of my job.
So you would go if I can't go. Why'd you even say that?
In my mind, I felt that, but then if I don't want to. I've got 3 kids, so I don't want to get in trouble with my job. So I would, but I would stomp my feet, and I'd say we need Tyler here, and they'd say no, and I'd be like, damn, dog, I tried.
We can't do a World Series show without Tyler on the 1s and 2s. Sorry, Bob.
Damn.
Wow.
I mean, that's just the way it happens, man. That's just the reality of it.
I have faith in Santiago.
I was going to say, I think Chris Santiago can handle it.
I'm going to let him know you don't believe in him, though.
I just don't believe in it. I'm paying you a compliment, and you're slapping me, you mother.
You ain't paying me a compliment.
I am. You're so good that we don't need to be doing a show during the World Series without you.
I don't like that compliment.
You son of a...
I'd rather be at the World Series, the ALCS, I guess. What are you wanting to transition there, show?
Yeah.
All right, gotcha.
Big 3-3.
You never know nowadays.
All right. The Texans, they get ready for the Saints coming up on Sunday. And Clint, there's good and bad news with the injury report as Malik Collins, Laramie Tunsil, Shaq Griffin, Robert Woods, and Christian Harris. Christian Harris, he practiced yesterday, but those other 4, Malik Collins, Laramie Tunsil, Shaq Griffin, and Robert Woods, they were all DNPs in yesterday's practice, which was a kind of an eye-opener. We wanted to see what would happen. Those guys were all fully dressed, according to our guy Sean Bajani, who was there today at practice. So they were all there. Christian Harris practiced for a second straight day. Tank Dell, no Tank Dell out there with the concussion. And, Clint, this does not bode well from Tank Dell. And you said it yesterday, that was the number 1 person you were looking at that did not practice today. And Tank Dell not practicing Wednesday or Thursday with the concussion. He's in the concussion protocol. This would lean towards him not being able to go on Sunday. And that's a really, really big deal. Even though you get Noah Brown back, which helps a bit, but that's a really big deal. No Tank Dell not being available Sunday potentially.
Overall, as we see for the whole team, this is great news with Malik Collins, Laramie Tunsil. Shaq Griffin is absolutely huge. Him being back. Christian Harris is huge at that linebacker position.
Alvin Kamara, yes.
Yeah, and so overall, I mean, this is a good day for the Texans. But as I mentioned a couple segments ago, man, I believe that this offense is going to have to take a big step in the efforts to create explosive plays. That's Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud, the way they approach these games. If they're going to continue to win ball games and win close ball games and get into a point where they take advantage of the other team giving them opportunities, they're going to have to get significantly more aggressive in the play calling and in the mindset of the quarterback. And I just believe that is borderline impossible with this receiving group without Tank Dell. Tank Dell just brings that creativity, the chance for an explosive play every single time he touches the football. I heard Andre Ware talking about Tank Dell after the game this week and just talking about how we all hold our breath when this guy touches a football. I don't know if all may be a bit strong, but I know apparently me and Andre Ware both do. When 3 touches it, I know there's a chance he could take it to the house and we could get an explosive play. And the fact that he's still dealing with a concussion on a Thursday, that doesn't bode well for that step in the explosive direction to take place this week.
Yeah, and you talked about it, man. He is literally the only one we've seen kind of stretch the field for this team. I mean, Nico has broken tackles, but these have been a lot of it's been slants and then him getting his yards that way against Jacksonville. And I'm not even saying that Tank has done it a lot, but against like him going down and getting that deep ball in the first half to set up a score, and then him kind of ending the game with that broken play down the field. Outside, but we haven't seen him. Now you start to think, like, I don't believe Noah Brown is that type of player that is stretch the field. John Mechie has been working in the middle of the field. I don't feel like he's that type of player. So they are in a tough spot, even having those guys. And it feels like Nico is the next person that is that type of player. So we'll see what this means if he can't go. But it is not a good sign that Tank Dell is in concussion protocol and was not out there on the practice field today. All right, coming up as we are live here at the drive, on the drive here, live on the road here at Buffalo Wild Wings, Royal Oaks location. We're going to hook somebody up here in the next segment with a $25 gift card. So if you're in the building and you not sign your name and put it in the raffle, you might want to do that right now to have a chance to win. I think we're potentially having a real moment from D'Amico Ryans, a real moment, because I think he has strategically done something this week to try to get to a player. We'll discuss that next.
All right, look, whether it's genetics, stress, can get your confidence back. You can get
Payne and Pendergast, In the Loop, and The Drive have you covered with the best Stros talk in town. All day, every day. Just download the Odyssey app, follow Sports Radio 610, and get Astros talk delivered to you anytime, anywhere.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Royal Oaks Buffalo Wild Wings on Westheimer, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back in as we are celebrating the Astros 7 straight ALCSs, and hell, you got a football team that's worth the damn too. You got a football team as well that is going to be competing, which it seems like, for a playoff spot this year. So a lot going great here in Houston. Come on out to Buffalo Wild Wings as we're having a good time as well. The food is great. The bartender is crazy as hell, but she'll take care of you, and you'll have a lot of fun out here, as a lot of fun is being had here. Yeah, I talked about her. Yeah, she is crazy as hell. So come on out and join a good time. Tyler would have a great time here if he was here. I'm going to buy your drink and just keep it right there for you. And
where are that?
And that's what I was thinking, man. And we'll have ourselves a good time. So come on out. Hey, Clint.
Yeah, man.
You had my mind wondering a little bit yesterday when you were talking about the run game.
Yeah.
And if you missed it yesterday, 4 o'clock segment, Clint let it ride. He went off at Clint Stoerner's Football at 4 and talked about what he saw from the tape with the run game, which has been one of the big conversation pieces. And I found it interesting because what you were saying and what you saw on film is some of the things that I saw just kind of watching the game, watching it a little bit, not seeing the all 22, but rewatching it. And I found it, and I still find it very, very interesting of how D'Amico Ryans approached it. The defensive-minded coach who I think obviously has a part of things, but offensively we know Bobby Slowick is running the show over there. And I want to remind people again, this was Monday, what D'Amico Ryans said, and I do not think this is by accident at all. This was D'Amico talking about the run game on Monday.
Yeah, when it comes to the run game, I think it's collective. It's all of us. I feel like our guys, they did a great job of blocking yesterday in the run game, and as we all know, the margin for error is slim in this league. So it's tight holes or guys. There's one guy in the hole. We have to be able to make a guy miss. We have to force some missed tackles there. But I think the guys blocked it well yesterday. We just have to stay after it, right? Encouraged with what we did up front. Yes, from a run blocking standpoint and also in pass protection. So really proud of what the O-line is doing for us. We have to make explosives when we can. When it's there, it may be slim, but we have to make them pay.
I found that interesting, Clint, especially after you broke down the complete opposite of what you saw talking about. Boy, the offensive line, they were there. They did a great job. And you broke that down, and that was what I saw as well, what you talked about. I think D'Amico Ryans is a very, very smart and calculated coach. I don't think that he did this by accident. I think he knew exactly, without calling names, who that was directed to. And I think he did it for a reason. I don't think that D'Amico Ryans is a fool, Clint, and didn't see exactly what you saw. I don't think D'Amico Ryans saw that double team that you broke down yesterday between Tegan Quintin. Come on, Tyler.
I got you.
Quentin Tarantino. Quentin
Tarantino is what I was about to say. Tegan Quintiriano.
Pulp Fiction is really good.
I don't think he didn't see that double team blown between him and George Fant. It was like, hey, man, them guys crushed it. I don't think he saw some of the issues that happened in the line of scrimmage. Hey, he saw it. I don't think he missed, as you said yesterday, the most shifty player they have in Tank Dell get a handoff and just be met in the hole by 2 or 3 guys. I don't think he missed that. Right? I don't think he missed that. But I think he is calculated, and I knows Dameon Pierce, and I think he's trying to light something out of Dameon Pierce. And I think he went that way of doing it. Didn't mention his name, but you're no fool. You know what he's saying. He's the only running back that got a carry in the game Sunday. You know what he's saying. I trust that D'Amico knows the player and believes, because some guys respond like this. Some guys respond like this, hey, man, hey, you sucked. Some guys need a pat on the back. Some guys respond in a different way. I feel like D'Amico is trying to light some sort of fire under Dameon Pierce, and I think this was completely done on purpose to try to get the best out of Dameon Pierce. I can't wait to see if this works out for him, because there's no way he watched what you watched and came away with what he said.
Well, I mean, the thing that gets me with what D'Amico said is I mean, we're going on several weeks of the offensive line struggling with some of these very basic fundamental things. And even if they are different schemes that Bobby Slowick went to, it's still very, very interesting how they're blocking it up front. And it's just and so while I can agree with them saying, man, we're close. Okay, yeah, it's one guy here. There's a double team not getting executed there. So, yeah, you may be close, but if you watch the film, there's just, in terms of Dameon Pierce, there is not very many opportunities for an explosive play. There's just not. And so
but I think But I think Clint, he knows. He probably watched Dameon Pierce last year. It said there were some moments where there weren't a lot of chances for explosive plays. Created some.
Yeah, I think it's they've got to. I mean, I think from a head coach perspective, he's got to kind of soft shoe that thing and pass the buck or the blame to as many people as he possibly can, and the running backs aren't void of getting a little bit of the blame.
But he generally does that, right? He generally hits you with because he's done it with CJ. It's not just like when the offensive line, that first preseason game against the Patriots, I remember it was clear. It was clear who it was.
Yeah.
But I remember he talking about it wasn't just the offensive line. It's CJ. He's got to do things. It's the backs. He's got to do things. It's communications. We all got to do.
Yeah.
He didn't do that this time. Yeah. He said, "No, man, they blocked it well."
Yeah.
It's the running back, and I think he knows his player. I think this is an interesting moment of potential trying to motivate and push a button on Dameon Pierce. Because, Clint, if we look at Dameon Pierce does not seem like the type of player that will just go into the tank by this. Like, because there is one thought that a player would hear a coach do this, because Dameon ain't silly. Dameon Pierce knows. Like, hell, these jokers that met me in the backfield 3 out of my first 6 carries. Like, right before he knows it. There's some guys will be like, what the hell are you talking about? The hell are you talking about, man? You better call out them linemen, too. Better call out one of them receivers. Right. Or he could seem like a guy, you know what, all right, coach, I got you. All right, we ain't break tackles. I bet you Dameon Pierce going to try to kill somebody in that hole this weekend. And I think it's going to work, and I am intrigued. We haven't really seen – like, this is the first time I've seen or heard D'Amico just really call out an individual. He did it in his own way, but this was the first time I've seen him not just put it all on one, not like on a lot of different things. I'm intrigued how this works. All right, Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley in the building here. Hey, by the way, Taylor Swift's going to be in the house tonight in Kansas City with Denver. And yes, she'll be there. Denver is playing the Chiefs in it. We heard earlier in the week, Clint, that it seems like that they may just go ahead and start shutting this thing down. And now we're starting to hear they have already parted ways with Randy Gregory. They've parted ways this morning with Frank Clark, a defensive end they signed. And now we're hearing Matt Lombardi is saying, an NFL reporter saying that multiple sources are saying to him that the Broncos are expected to trade wide receiver Jerry Jeudy. He was a first-round pick a couple of years ago, a real talented player. This could be a way, as we've talked about it, we understand that the Texans are light on outside guys. This could be a potential way they gain one and get and maybe bet on somebody that's low right now in the Jerry Jeudy. That's one to watch to see if the Texans would be involved.
Well, I've seen a couple of short lists of teams that could be involved, and the Texans are on it. Now, I think the Texans are going to be on any short list in terms of trades for involved wide receivers. But I like Jerry Jeudy, man. You're talking about one of the best route runners in the game, and a guy that does have big playability over the top, a guy that can absolutely fly. Now, I think I've watched it, and there's been times where there appears to be some maybe some attitude issues going on. And but with the dysfunction that has been Denver, I usually give guys a pass. Like, I'm not a big attitude guy, but boy, in that dysfunction, it's hard to not have a little. In fact, if you don't have a little bit of it, there's something wrong with you. So, but keep an eye on Jerry Jeudy because the Texans are on that short list, and rightfully so.
All right, coming up, Justin Verlander let it rip yesterday after the game. If you have not heard Justin Verlander's speech, boy, you don't want to miss it. You'll hear that next coming up. And there are a lot of reasons why the Astros won this series. We have got to discuss one of the big ones. We'll discuss that next.
All right.
deficiency. EPI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't release enough digestive enzymes to break down food. But EPI can be managed. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Royal Oaks Buffalo Wild Wings on Westheimer, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back in as The Drive is live. Thirsty Thursdays, the beers are flowing, the bar is filled up, and I'm letting you know this is the last opportunity. Your chance to win a $25 gift card. All you got to do is sign your name, put it in that box right there. We'll draw out a name, and you can win an easy $25 gift card, as we'll do a couple of those today. All you got to do, we don't need your address, we don't need your email, we don't need your mother's name, any of that. Just sign your name, put it in the box, and your chance to win. Whether you're out here at the bar area or you're behind us behind the wall, your chance to win.
By the way, it's a $25 Visa gift card. You can spend it wherever the hell you want to spend it. So you're not handcuffed to one spot.
No, you're not. No,
it's $25 free if you win. Damn it.
Yeah, it's 14 people looking at us. It's not a catch. Not a catch. It's the weirdest. It's the weirdest damn thing.
Hey, in today's world, well, you gonna get my initials.
I'm telling you, just not a catch at all. So go ahead, you do that. If you're on your way in, your chance to win. You can probably pay for your meal in this piece if you look at those pants right there, boy. That guy's having a good time right there, man. Head of lettuce as well.
Yes.
Wow. It is a good time being had out here. So we'll be here till 6 o'clock. All right, Tyler, I know you are. Tyler, he hit me up immediately on this thing when he saw it, and hit us both up. Justin Verlander. Fox Sports made the mistake of saying, "Hey, man, let's hit the old Astros celebration." You know, we always catch the speech. Maybe they thought they was going to get Alex Bregman.
Justin Verlander.
Tyler, because Tyler played it at the start of the show, the Alex Bregman speech, and it was clean, wholesome. Could have been played anywhere, no problems. They thought, well, hell, maybe we'll do that again. And then they gave it to Kate Upton's husband.
Ver's going to be Ver.
That's God, oh, that's good, Tony. Ver is going to be Ver, and this is what Fox Sports ran into as they took a sneak peek in the locker room as the Houston Astros were in the midst of celebrating their 7th straight ALCS.
Who's going to do the celebration? Who want to do the celebration? Me. Yeah. No. I'm doing the World Series. You do this.
All right. Come on, man. All right. Boys, this is one of those seasons, nothing went our way early. We battled through injuries.
Yeah.
We grinded. I wasn't even here. I'm happy to be back. Yeah. 7th time. 7th time. All right? Don't take that for granted. On 7, everybody pop these motherfuckers. 2, 3,
That's good. Damn, that's good.
Oh, my God. From Dusty in the beginning, Dusty, nah, man, I'm doing the World Series.
I'm doing the World Series.
That may be a little bit of bull material for the Raiders, huh?
Oh, no.
He don't give a rip.
He don't care. And then as Verlander gets in the middle of the speech, and he says to himself, damn, did I just say we've been through a lot?
I wasn't even here.
You think he's talking about the Mets? He's going to say, we've been through so much early. Hell, I didn't get here till about a month ago. We've been through so much early. All I can think about is whoever it was that was the Tyler and the Park back for FS1 sitting there, and there's nothing they can do about this cat just F-bombing one for another.
7th time.
Do you know how much of a heart attack Tyler nearly has when we say the word like ship? Or
right.
Or like, imagine
just
like,
made my heart
doing?
skip a beat right there.
There had to be somebody just say, go back to Burkhardt.
Oh my God!
Oh my God! Even just
did they let it all run?
Yes.
Oh,
my wife
great.
actually texted me because I didn't catch the post
She
game.
said, you're not supposed to do that.
And she was like, hey, FS1 just put out a whole lot of Verlander F-bombs. They're not supposed to do that, right? I was like, no, that's a no.
No, they're not. And
The game is changing, ain't it?
7 times.
I think he had 7 F-bombs for the 7 ALCSs.
And I'd like to know if you watch it, I'd like to know the people who did not follow the directions of let's go on 7 and just started spraying before. Because there was a lot of spray happening at about 4, 5, 6, and 7. It was wild.
7 times.
But that's what you should have. I mean, you got to be ready for that one. I mean, what do you think they're going to do?
Yeah, but I mean, you got to think that, I mean, clearly it was off the cuff, and Dusty just said, hey, Justin, I'm sure Justin does a lot of the speaking, JV does a lot of the speaking in those situations, good, bad, or indifferent. So, I mean, he probably stays ready.
Yeah.
But off the cuff, that's
strong.
That's really, it's great usage of the F word.
Great.
I mean, call it what you want. I greatly, like when somebody can cuss so naturally and effortlessly, I greatly appreciate it. And
probably brought a tear to your mom's eye, I would think.
There ain't no doubt Linda was riled up now. She's eating that stuff up. There ain't no doubt. But there's just something about it, man. Like it makes your point that much stronger. I mean, it makes your point that much stronger. Yeah. My mom is a very natural F-bomb user
one of the best
on Saturdays as the Razorbacks are getting their ass kicked. She is. I mean, I've got to be like, hey, Ma. Like, it's just me and you here, but, I mean, you're borderline offending me.
Are you offending me?
With your language. I mean, it's like.
You're on thin ice.
I mean, it is unbelievable. That's hard to do.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey, Granny. Hey, Granny, you might want to take a little.
I'm going to come over here and whip that ass.
Like, you're looking around like, man, this ain't supposed to be hitting me like this, but damn, it is. Hey, why don't you back off a little bit?
Yeah.
Hey, calm down a little bit.
Easy, Granny.
You enjoying my time trying to watch this.
Yeah.
Losers talk about next season.
Listen, we've talked about a lot of heroes in this series for the Astros. Jose Abreu being near the top of the list. Christian Javier and his performance in Game 3. Jose Urquidy and his performance yesterday in Game 4. Yordan Alvarez is he's just going to be on base all the time.
Yeah.
There were a lot of things. But, man, we got to be honest, and I know this is going to be hard for some of you to accept, as Clint put earlier. But one of the major reasons why the Astros won this series is because they had Dusty Baker and the Twins didn't. Dusty Baker put together a master class on how to they ran a guy out there yesterday in Joe Ryan who, he gave up a solo shot to Michael Brantley, but he was throwing the ball well. They had predetermined that he was going to come out of the game despite no matter how well he was throwing it all, they brought him out of the game. And he was throwing the ball pretty well. Brought him out of the game, and then the Astros were able to grab things to get the lead when they go to the bullpen. As you always say, man, you just never know what side of the bed somebody woke up on, and you are just predetermining this thing right off the bat. Dusty pressed the right buttons on how long he stayed with Urquidy. He pressed the right buttons on how long he stayed with Christian Javier.
You know what I'm saying?
The bullpen, how he did things, he went and pitched Brian Abreu in the most prominent spots, whether it was the 7th or the 8th. He trusted his guys, trusted Presley to get through the lineup. Many of you, if you could draw the lineup, wouldn't have you hitting 5th. I think many of you wouldn't. And he was big time in that. All the things, press the right button. Hey, Chaz may need a day off. Dubon comes in. He gets 2 hits, brings Chaz back. Chaz comes back and gets 2 hits. He was clearly a plus over Rocco Baldelli in this series, and we got to give him credit. I know some don't want to, but he was a major reason why this team won this series against the Twins.
Yeah, look, I think he did a hell of a job, man. You look down at Urquidy last night, and after the home run, I'm thinking, man, you got to get his ass up out of there. It's 3-2, man. He leaves him in one more, boom, gets the punch out, then brings in Neris. Who was it?
He brought in Neris. He's up on the steps before he could. That's right. before Chaz caught it.
Yeah, but that whole just he pushed the right buttons, pulled the right strings, however you want to couch it, man. It worked out well. I'm on record. Look, I would have caught Diaz a long time ago. That'd be my starting catcher. But you look at where we're at right now. Maldonado caught 4 straight ball games. The pitchers that hadn't necessarily been great, Javier and Urquidy, both were lights out. He actually contributed on the offensive side a couple of times. Brantley, when Brantley got back in there, Brantley hits a bomb that changes the game. And as you mentioned, sticking with Abreu in that 5-hole was big. And they were all risky moves. They were all moves that if Abreu never gets hot and you don't get to the ALCS, people gonna cuss you for it. I thought he did a hell of a job, man, and the timing in which he made moves was in hindsight was spot on, man.
Well, and they were moves that if they didn't work, we're going to get questioned.
Sure, they all are.
Yeah, and he stuck to it. Like the people talking about he was throwing guys. No, he wasn't making any moves for fans or anybody. He was making moves that he thought would work, and he was a big reason. Now, I don't know if that's going to happen in this next series because Bruce Bochy is right along with him, a Hall of Fame manager as well. By the way, both them cats. Bruce Bochy is 68. Dusty's 74, or however old Clint says Dusty is.
92, I think.
92. Hey, Dusty may be older by about 6 years. I would have thought Bruce was. I've watched Bruce kind of walk out to go get pitchers. Yeah. Dusty's moving a little bit better than Bruce is. Going out there to get the pitchers to walk out there.
Them old commentators yesterday said, "Boy, one more pitch like that, and Dusty's gonna make that old slow walk out there."
I'm from a different generation.
Hey, y'all watch Dusty, man. Dusty ain't never hit a leg day.
Oh,
no, not one time. Dusty, when is the last time Dusty Baker did a squat?
Okay.
Squat, calf raise, lunge.
them legs are so
how
skinny.
low you think Dusty can get into a lunge right now?
He'll pop a hamstring today.
I bet you couldn't touch halfway.
Not a chance. Hell, I barely can. Go ahead. What you got coming at the floor?
Oh, I watched that film, and yesterday we talked a little bit about that run game, man. Just hitting on these Texans again. I can't just completely leave C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowick out of the film study, man. There's something that simply has to change with those two guys if the Texans are going to, as you mentioned earlier, make the playoffs, win the division. If that's real, right, and they're going to continue winning games, some things are going to have to change on the offensive side of the football. I'll tell you what those two things are. We'll do that next. But before we get there, anybody out there looking for a quick getaway? It's time to get away with your bride, maybe get away with some friends, get over to Coshada Casino Resort, gamble a little bit. They got a great golf course over there, Casati Pines. I've played it multiple times. It is a phenomenal track that is absolutely beautiful. It's challenging but enjoyable for all of us below average golfers, if I'm being completely honest. They also have the Res Sportsbook right now, man, over 40 giant TVs, 18 convenient betting kiosks. It's wide open. Plush lounge seating, Louisiana cocktails, Cajun bar bites. And when I talk about Coshada Casino Resort, I'm talking about the largest casino resort in Louisiana, the largest gaming floor in the Lake Charles area. Visit ccrla.com. It ain't but a short drive east on I-10. We've all done it before. We say we do it again. Visit ccrla.com for full details and to make your plans to visit Coshada Casino Resort.
It's Texans Game Week. content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
All right, we're out here at Buffalo Wild Wings, Royal Oaks and Westheimer location out here on the west side. Come through and with us. Maybe you'll win a little something.
Hell yeah.
You can definitely have you a pop or two and catch up, cuss and discuss with us. No doubt about it. Also, remember, we are now on YouTube and Twitch. You can obviously listen on the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. Download that app. Take us anywhere anywhere you go, office, at the house, yard work, working out. Make sure you stay up on these Texans, these Astros, and what's going on around the city in the sports world. And as always, you can hit us on that AM dial, Sports Radio 610, and or the 100.3 HD2. You listen. You got HD radio on your rig?
No, I don't.
I did not. What do you mean? You think I set you up?
Yes. We've discussed this before.
I mean, we need to get you updated. I mean, we can at least get you. Do they still sell like those head units you can put in your rig?
I am fine, baby.
But we got to get you HD, man.
I love exactly what I have.
You can listen to yourself in HD, man. No? Now see how I couch that? You thought about it. That was the only way you were going to think about getting a new receiver in your rig is if you can listen to yourself in HD. But I got you. Anyway, Odyssey app, sports on the radio, obviously, Twitch, YouTube. Check us out. Never know what's coming next. But Ron, one thing the Texans have to do. We talked a lot yesterday about the run game. Ooh. And I just that's pretty strong, huh? Pretty stout. The Texans run game, right? I mean, I think I've heard a lot of conversations about Dameon Pierce, and I just wanted to be loud and clear yesterday. This problem with the Texans run game is not about Dameon Pierce. It's about what's going on up front, and that right so rather than later. But there was also something else that stood out that I think just big picture the Texans they absolutely have to adjust and fix if they're going to continue, or let's say not continue. They're 2-3 right now. They're below 500. But if they're going to really be a playoff caliber football team, if they got a chance to win this division, which the product that I've seen on the field overall over a 5-game stretch, I believe that there's a real chance. But there is one thing that sticks out. The lack of aggression in this offensive game plan and the offensive product, let's be honest, it's not just Bobby Slowick. It's the game plan, it's the play calling, it's C.J. Stroud's, the way he's being coached and the way he's being wired to work on Sundays. I admire the no interceptions. And I admire the quick decision so that your offensive line isn't just getting taken to task.
This is clearly a game plan, right? This is clearly right.
Yeah, well, as I've told it, I've said this multiple times where C.J. Stroud not throwing interceptions and C.J. Stroud not getting sacked. That's great, but what I think a lot of people do that are just fans that check in on Sundays or check in every now and then is you look at that and you go, man, this offense is kicking ass. And in reality, there's a lot that's going on to allow this offense specifically to not take sacks. Whether you're talking about the game plan or the quarterback play, the quarterback's mindset, the quarterback's clock right now is unbelievably quick. And while it's good right now, and they're 2-3, they've won a couple of ball games, they've kind of arrived. The product itself is not going to win ball games to the tune of them being a playoff team or having a chance to win the division. They're a good enough football team to get into some close ball games. And hey, if your fullback returns a kickoff for a touchdown, you can win and you may separate a little bit. If Jacksonville blows the coverage and you hit Tank Dell over the top, you separate a little bit, right? I mean, they're a good football team. But in order to win the tune of 8 or 9 ball games and to win versus better football teams, not just teams that are awful offensively and struggling or just awful across the board and struggling, they are going to have to be aggressive on offense. I watch this film, and I'm going to tell you, man, there's several times where, like, anybody that's in the scheme is running a deep route, it is obvious a runoff. Like, they're not even – C.J. Stroud ain't looking that way. They're not expecting the ball. They are just running off. So the only time really where they're getting aggressive and trying to take a shot is when Bobby Slowick says, okay, we're going to motion we're going to motion Tank Dell, or we're going to motion Dalton Schultz real fast and snap the ball, and we're going to run a post here, and we're going to run up the sideline with whatever motion guy we have. We're trying to hit him down the sideline. Like that, like when there's legit shots drawn up, which is maybe once or twice a ball game, they're trying to hit it deep. But there's no come to the line of scrimmage and see Nico Collins with a corner pressed and go, I'm coming at you, big dog, right? There's no coming scrimmage and going, hey, Nico, I like that big body just on a slant. I don't even need you to, I don't need to throw a low percentage over the top. Like, let me just bang this slant right here and see if we can't get on first down, get a cheap, 6, 7, 8 yards, maybe 15 yards the way he's breaking tackles. Like, it's so conservative and so in the box.
That's probably why the Dalton Schultz touchdown worked so well.
There's no question.
Because nobody expected him to go over the top. It's the only time they really did it all game.
There is no question. I called that in the second quarter. I looked over at Sean, and I said, Sean, they're going to be able to get somebody behind one of these safeties. I said, I don't know how they're going to do it, but they're going to be able to get somebody behind one of these safeties. Because these safeties, they're starting high. I had somebody come at me on social media the other day. Clint, they had 2 safeties on the roof down near the hole. Yeah, when you're in 3rd and 10, you're going to get 2 safeties.
They're driving down.
But then if you watch those safeties, they're not backpedaling. Right? Now, there's times that they were when in obvious long-distance situations or, that the situation called for it. But generally speaking, if those safeties started high, they just sitting flat-footed waiting for Robert Woods to run up to them. Right?
Yeah.
And so
Jesse Bates was just driving down on the ball. He almost got picked.
So it was blatantly obvious in the second quarter to me watching the TV copy that those safeties were awfully horny, man. They're suffocating them. You got to figure out a way to take a shot. Whether it's a double move, you got to figure out a way to take a shot. And boom, when they did, it's like, man, there's 1:40 left on the clock, and you're not going to get the ball back again to do it. And look, it was a great game overall. I'm just looking big picture Texans.
Because teams are going to adjust to this. And we saw the Falcons probably squeezing down and doing that. And I know that CJ hasn't picked yet. My fear is now that teams are going to adjust with, all right, well, they're not really driving the thing down the field. They're trying to get this ball out quick, because they're protecting whatever they're trying to protect. CJ, I think the offensive line more so than anything else.
Fair.
But teams are going to corners are going to start coming down and jumping these routes, and now you might have real problems.
Well, you're going to face better defense.
You got to keep somebody honest.
It's like New Orleans this weekend. That's a really good defense, man. They got dudes that can cover. Yeah. So now they are going to be able to cover down, and they're going to roll safeties, and they're going to disguise, and they're going to do different things, and life is going to get more difficult for C.J. Stroud. And right now, they're playing ultra conservative. He's not turning the ball over, and they stayed in the game, right? But what's going to happen when they fumble a ball or he throws an interception and they make a couple of mistakes, and now you're playing ultra conservative and you can't catch up, right? The defense is better. All I'm saying is I'm not knocking anything they've done. I absolutely love what C.J. Stroud has been able to do and what the Texans have done. They are ahead of the curve. They're doing a hell of a job.
But teams are going to start to adjust.
It's got to change, man.
Because teams are going to adjust it.
They already are.
Yeah,
Falcons did. Yeah. It's got to change. If you watch that game last week versus Atlanta, C.J.'s coming out and just taking the Y option, the little tight end. Dalton Schultz had 7 catches. He's taking that quick route right now. He's not even looking down the field. At some point, there's got to be more risk taken with the football, with the play calling. And I understand why in the past, because you didn't have Laramie Tunsil, you didn't have Titus Howard. You're just trying to piece something together up front. But right now, you've got Titus Howard back. You got Laramie Tunsil back. George Fant's playing a decent football.
You should have more personnel to be able to do things.
Yeah, and it can't be – here's the thing is if we're sitting around waiting for Bobby Slowick to draw up some creative shot every time we want to put pressure on a defense, it's going to be a long season.
Dang it, Bobby.
Think about last week. The plays that really stand out, right? Outside of that halfback pass or the reverse pass, whatever the hell Atlanta did. But you look at the back shoulder to Drake London, right? He caught it over Steven Nelson. That was a huge play in that game. Right? There's 2 or 3 plays that really stood out, and there's 2 or 3 that they took and didn't hit. When you look at what the Texans did, the Texans never threw, besides the touchdown on the double move, the 4-pump to Dalton Schultz, they never threw a football beyond 20 yards down the field. Now, look, I don't need anybody on the text line or YouTube to come at me. They may have thrown 1 or 2, but you get my point. There was no balls thrown over the top. Like there was no, hey, these safeties are super horny, let's throw this thing over the top until the very last drive. Like, I'm just saying that's going to have to change. And when that change happens, because it's going to have to in order to compete, when that change happens, are we still looking at a young offensive coordinator that's balling? Are we still looking at a young quarterback that's balling? That's what I'm looking forward to. So we'll see exactly how it happens. But that ultra conservative mindset and pulling game plan is going to have to evolve moving forward, because you ain't going to catch Jacksonville sleeping again.
No.
It's just going to be look, the schedule, there's some very beatable teams, but it's not going to be a cakewalk completely. I'm Clint Stoerner. That's Ron Hughley. We're at Buffalo Wild Wings. Westheimer and Royal Oaks come through, hang out with us. You listen to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. Ron, I want to get to Bobby Slowick real quick. And speaking of the offensive coordinator, we talked about the run game yesterday. Bobby Slowick spoke to the media today, and we've talked, one of the biggest topic right now is the run game with the Texans. And Bobby Slowick, he actually spoke today and was asked specifically, I believe by Sean Bajani, but asked specifically about what it's going to take to get the Texans' run game going.
Yeah, we just got to keep working. It's a very different run scheme than they had here last year, and it was a process up front with the O-line, especially. I mean, we had moving pieces almost every week, and it's the same with the backs. It's the same with the quarterback. Like on any given play, making sure the quarterback carries out his keeper fade could be just as important as how we're blocking with our center guard combination. So I mean, receivers, like it's everybody kind of tied together, and all of that kind of impacts the back and what's going on. But then there's also little minute details in how we offset what we're trying to do with outside zone, inside zone, different schemes we can do to help that are maybe a little more familiar with DP. But it is a process, and it's not something that happens fast. And you can see every week they keep growing in it. I would say last game we were probably closest to really having a really, really good run game. And I know what the stats look like, people, but I mean it was close. It was real close. So we're on our way. We just got to keep grinding.
On our way, just got to keep grinding, Ron. The good thing, as I said, I look at it, and it's not a hard fix. Whether you're talking about the inside zone, outside zone, he was talking about where you and I are the offensive linemen, and we got to step with the same foot, and we got to move together, and we got to build a wall, and ultimately the running back's got to hit a crease, or we're actually pushing and road grading defensive linemen. Whatever it is they do best, they got to figure that out and get this thing rolling, because it is a quick fix. I could see just 1 week out of nowhere them rushing for 200 yards.
Yeah.
I mean, they are that close. Now, the same mistake has happened over and over again, regardless of what the run scheme is, but I do believe they're close. And you could, whenever this pops, whenever it breaks, I could see them rushing for having a monster game on the ground.
One of the things he said, especially up front, is moving parts.
Yeah.
And I wonder if we'll have more moving parts this week again with Josh Jones. Is there a potential that he comes in and holds down, and we'll see what happened with George Fant. But that is that to me has to be a major part of it, right?
Yeah.
And the continuity and how much there has to be communication and how much there has to be nonverbal communication with the guys up front in terms of passing guys off and waiting to the right time to pass guys off, which we've discussed. That has to play a major role in this thing, and I think Sunday we could see yet another lineup change up front.
Well, regardless, I mean, it's been so bad in the run game that something's got to change. D'Amico and Bobby Slowick can't keep coming to the podium week in, week out. We're almost 6 weeks into this thing. You can't keep coming up there and going, man, we're close. Man, we're close. And I'm going, hey, man, you got these offensive linemen that are NFL caliber offensive linemen that aren't executing these blocks. At some point in time, it's the finger's going to start pointing back at how they're being coached and what they're being asked to do, and they're not playing to their strengths. And so this has got to happen sooner rather than later for the Texans. We'll see what happens. I disagree that there's been a bunch of explosive opportunities. I do agree that they're close, though. Ron, have you guys, Tyler, you're an SEC guy.
Yeah, Tyler, definitely.
And look, I got a daughter. You've got a daughter at this point in time. Did y'all know Les Miles had a daughter?
Yes.
I think I did.
He's a former coach of the Kansas Jayhawks. Yep.
That's right. Did you know her name?
No, what is it?
This has got to be a joke. And I'm not trying to be funny because I got a daughter, and I would slap the piss out of somebody if they were making fun of mine. But her name is Smacker.
Smacker Miles?
He's got a daughter, looks like she's about 6 foot, good-looking
He's
gal.
got a couple, I think.
She's in the media. She's in media. Tyler, her name is Smacker.
Like on her birth certificate?
Well, I didn't ID her, bro. I'm just telling you what her like.
Okay, bro. I didn't know if you knew.
Well, I mean, would you think I saw her birth certificate?
He thought you really went deep. I could see you seeing her name is Smacker and really digging a deep dive in this.
I tried. I saw an article that said Les Miles' daughter, Smacker, did something. I don't know, had the internet, going nuts or something. I was like, really? What the hell is that? Her name is, did you know that, Tyler?
I did not know that.
I didn't remember her name being Smack That Ass.
I need yeah, well, see, that's exactly why right there.
But no, the hell with them. If they're going to have the audacity to name her Smacker, then they got to be ready for, hey, what up, smack that ass, Mom?
Yeah, see, that's it.
Smack that ass. Smack.
I just looked her up. She ain't bad looking at all.
She ain't. So it's probably some dude. Like, seriously.
I mean, I wouldn't even, if it was a defensive lineman in the NFL, I'd be like, what the hell is that?
No, man, it's a deal breaker for me. I couldn't bring her home.
No.
Right?
I agree.
Like, I don't care how bad she is. She nice, Tyler? I don't care how bad she is.
No, she looks good.
She's definitely
bring
homeable, yes.
Les got good genes. But I mean, like, hey, Mom, listen. It's my girlfriend. I want you to meet her.
I'm gonna tell you, man.
Her name is Smacker.
Yeah, you'd have to set it up like, Ma, don't laugh.
It's got to be a middle name. She's got to be. It's got to be.
Oh, with my family, it'd be tough to enter that.
Or maybe Les and his wife are like a-holes, and they're like, you know what? We're gonna call you Smackaroo as your middle Smackaroo.
I told you. Les was he was the Cowboy. He was the tight ends coach of the Cowboys when I was there. I mean, he is like. He's got the mentality, no disrespect, but he's got the mentality of an accountant, right? He's real reserved. He's real reserved.
He also eats grass.
Real introverted, and then all of a sudden he's got a daughter named Smacker, and he's eating grass, talking trash on the sideline at LSU. I was blown away.
Confirmed. Her name is Catherine.
Oh, God.
Why do they call her Smacker?
So she is going by Smacker.
Childhood nickname that stuck with her, Smacker.
No, Smacker don't start. Don't start.
So she was a toddler smacking her food, you think?
That was cute through about junior high.
No, that doesn't start. Junior high, fifth grade, we got to shut that down. Smacker?
Well, I'm talking about hell, that ought to be your nickname. We probably ought to start, truth be told, we ought to just, you ought to go ahead and see if you can't purchase it from her.
The wet mouth.
That's what you can do. Both of you. All of you.
Smacker Miles.
I hate the voice guy. All right, coming up.
Mouth.
Son of a. All right, it's Thirsty Thursday here on The Drive, and we are celebrating the Astros. And yes, you want to get this thing fired up? They talking in Dallas.
Are they?
They talking in Dallas. And I got somebody from Houston, from Baytown, and somebody from Houston, from Baytown as well. Clinton Tyler. I want to see if this is true. Hey, I've only been here in Texas and in Houston for about 3.5 years. I want you to hear the smack talk they talking. I can't wait to get to that. That's coming up next.
Before we do that, I got to tell you about Ron Kraft Chevrolet in Baytown, man. If you're looking for a 2023 Silverado 1500, they got plenty of them. Ready?
matchups, sits and starts, and more inside info. They do the work for you. New episodes every Tuesday and Thursday. Just follow the Upper Hand Fantasy Podcast on the free Odyssey app. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Royal Oaks Buffalo Wild Wings on Westheimer, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Oh, this has been fun. What a break this has been. Our boss, Park has joined us, been talking through this. Tyler has been rolling through this. Clint has been fully researching this thing. We know the Astros are hosting, as they have home field advantage, the Texas Rangers from Arlington, is what Tyler says, Dallas area. They are hosting game one. Will be here Sunday night, 7 o'clock. So you don't you make sure you got that time there. They're already, fellas, they're already talking trash. Some of their media in here, and I just want to, you know Clarence Hill Jr., don't you?
I do. I know him well.
Yeah, he's been covering the Cowboys since 1997 in the Dallas area, and I'm just reading what he said. And anybody listening, 713-572-4610, you can text in. If you're on Twitch, you're on YouTube, we can see your responses as well to this. Just what Clarence Hill, who has been in Texas and been in Dallas for a while, said, and I quote, and I've only been here 3.5 years, so I'm leaning. I want to know if this is true, if this is accurate. Dallas has owned Houston in everything but Major League Baseball. High school football, high school basketball, pro football. It's time to do it in baseball. Rangers over Astros. Now, our boss Parker said he thinks that this is more factual than it is not. Tyler immediately, to no surprise to any, said, hell no, this ain't true. Clint reserved, went to immediately researching. Now, I've retweeted this, and I see a lot of people have responded to it. 713-572-4610 on Twitch, on YouTube. Is this accurate? Has Dallas owned Houston in everything except Major League Baseball, including high school sports, high school football, high school basketball, pro basketball? That's the one just off the top that doesn't sound like it holds a lot of water. And then pro football. Your thoughts?
I would,
and I know you'll be honest.
Well, I would say that they've gotten the better of Houston. If you start comparing like state, there's two teams out of the Dallas area that have the most state championships in the state of Texas. There's only one here, Katy. When you start looking like all-time history, recent history, I think they've got more teams that are constantly in the mix. But own is an awfully strong word. I mean, that's awfully strong.
Oh, no, hell no.
Yeah, the basketball one, that's the one where I'm like, well, obviously the Rockets have more championships. But recently, the Rockets before, during the heart of the Harden run, they were extremely relevant. But I guess that's also around Dirk, too. And the Mavericks have played in 2 finals and won 1 in 11. As Parker let us know again, they played in 06 for a title and lost to the Heat and then won against the Heat in 11. But I guess maybe overall, I envision that the Rockets have been more of the dominant team over the last several decades or whatever. I'm sorry, the Cowboys have been. Hell, to be honest with you, they haven't been great, but the Cowboys,
Tyler, you'll know. I should know this. What is? I know the Texans.
Get in here, Tyler. Get in here.
The Texans beat the Cowboys.
Get in here.
And they're not. What have they done since?
Well, that's what I was about to say, dude. When did the Texans enter the NFL? It was 2002, right? 2002. How many Super Bowls do the Texans and Cowboys have since 2002? It's zilch for both of them. So I don't want to hear this crap about some championships won in the 90s. Putting Dallas ahead of Houston when it comes to professional football, because none of them have been doing jack what.
Well, in terms of titles, but I mean, Dallas.
This is why you play the game.
Well, sure, but I mean, if neither one of them have, then you have to go to the next thing. And how
head-to-head matchups.
or how good the two have been.
That's not going to play too much in your favor. What I'm reading here is the Cowboys are 4-2 versus the Texans.
Damn.
Is that right? I didn't realize they played 6 times.
Have they? Yeah, it's just I don't know. I mean, I'm literally just trying to get an understanding from how people view it. Yeah, and how you see it if you feel like that.
I'm disappointed.
Somebody texted and said high school football belongs to North Shore.
Facts.
In the state of Texas.
Bet that was Ocho that texted that, by the way.
I don't think it was.
I mean, they're definitely a powerhouse in high school football right now. That's one of the best in the state. Yeah, I mean, but there's also some up in, like, there was a stretch there where Allen was. I don't know how many state championships they had, but Allen had a crazy run recently.
Allen with
Kyler Murray and that whole bunch, but even started before him.
Somebody texted in and said Yates beat Dallas Carter when Gerald Moore was there.
Look, there's been some really good high school football of late up there, no doubt about it.
North Shore owned Duncan the past 5 years, minus last season. Someone texted in.
Duncanville? They're good, man. South Lake Carroll up there had a hellacious run. Aledo, which again now you get into like what's considered Dallas is what's considered Austin was won state championships than anybody, and they're on the west side of, I guess, southwest side of Fort Worth, and so how far do you have to get out there before you consider that Dallas? But yeah, man, that's one of them conversations that.
Yeah, I think the word "owned" really is the one that gets. I think probably the cities in all of them are probably comparable. Now, high school basketball, I ain't seen nobody saying about high school basketball. I feel like no, I've not seen a message or a text come in about high school basketball. So I feel like maybe people are conceding high school basketball that is more in the Dallas area. But I don't know. I see a lot of texts coming in about Katy. Plano has been a powerhouse. Somebody said North Shore's only been a powerhouse for the past 5 years.
To the rate at which they're doing it, yes. They've produced unbelievable athletes for a long time. But in terms of just rattling off state championships and playing in state championships, it hasn't always been that way.
That's what I said. Cowboy, the Texans have been to more have played in more playoff games than the Cowboys did since the Texans have started in 2002. It's what I've seen text in a lot.
I'll be damned. That's interesting.
That is interesting.
Yeah, look, I'm gonna be honest. That's one of them conversations where I'm like, come on, man. Dallas has owned Houston in all of sports. Come on, man. How about we just play a little baseball here and see who wins this thing.
Get them brooms ready, son. A bit.
Clarence knew exactly what was happening.
Oh, he knew what he was doing.
Somebody did a text in. Now let's look at the WNBA.
Here's the deal. Yeah,
the
most recent sample that we have to look at is y'all pissing the AL West down your leg.
Facts.
I mean, come on, man.
How about that? That's beautiful. Yeah, get it going. Yeah. Get it going, yeah. Roflo earlier said it's like distant cousins. Well, they're trying to make this thing personal a little bit, Clarence. I see you on that.
Distant cousins we beat the hell out of.
All right, calm down. All right. Let's look at this. The biggest things for you, think about it. Text in 713-572-4610. They played 4 games. The Astros took that series 3 games to 1. What are the biggest things that happened in that series for the Astros? We'll discuss that next.
All right, Academy Sports and Outdoors. Not only we give away. Bagwell and Crane and company gave you that big-ass contract. Boy, you want to make it all make sense. Get hot when it matters the most, and Abreu did that. So Abreu raking, and then Christian Javier dealing 2 games ago, Jose Urquidy dealing last night. Those 3 things to me are the 3 that we could say we didn't see coming. We didn't know what to expect from those guys. It was a little bit of a gamble, a little bit of a roll of the dice, and those guys lit it up. And to me, those 3 guys doing what they did, it takes the Astros to a whole nother level. For me, there wasn't much that, because I was pretty confident in the Astros, to be honest with you, there wasn't a whole lot that could move my confidence needle in the positive direction. And I'll be damned if all 3 things that could didn't happen in a big way. So, yeah, it's those 3 things for me. Which one you think is biggest, right? I mean, those are the 3 big ones that stand out. Which one do you think is the biggest? Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I think pitching is always big. I think Brandon Scott, I got to give him credit. He said, I heard him say something earlier today. He was on with Within the Loop at his regular hit at 11 o'clock. And he said something that stuck out to me. And I had to ask myself this question. Before this series started, did I think that the Astros were good enough to withstand a really poor Framber Valdez outing? Like, did they have enough pitching behind him to withstand a Framber? Like in my mind, I'm thinking Verlander, Framber, they got
set the tone.
You got to get good starts out of them, because you just don't know what you're going to get the rest of the way, and you don't know what you're going to get in some of the spots in the bullpen if you don't get in there. And to think that they survived Framber's bad start, or a Framber or Verlander bad start, they survived his bad start and had confidence. Like, this was big to me. I think it's the pitching. Abreu is huge, right? Because we said it yesterday. We talked about it yesterday. The games are going to be on Kyle Tucker and Abreu's back a lot moving forward. And it was yesterday. It was, Jordan's either going to get on or they're going to put him on and not going to mess with him. He gets on, and then, bam, that sets the stage for Abreu's 2-run homer that absolutely it becomes the win. But the pitching is the big thing that you really have a question on. And, man, you come out there against the Twins, who many people thought, if there's an advantage the Twins have, definitely pitching. By the way, hey, can we say this real quick into this game? Thank God, for the Astros' sake, that thing never had to get down to the very, very back end of the Twins' bullpen.
You know what I'm saying?
Because that closer they got,
good God,
I have never seen. Like, I've seen Jordan. Like, boy, don't get with him. He certainly made Jordan look human, and not to mention Kyle Tucker behind him. So it never got to where he had an impact to close the game out. But it was clear that many people, and I think it's fair, that the Twins had the better pitching in the series. That was not the case. And arguably the Astros' best pitcher was the worst pitcher of the series for the Astros, and they still showed to have the better pitching in this.
That may have been the case going into it, but it damn sure wasn't the case coming out of it. I don't
believe that. I don't know that I would have believed that. Yeah. I thought there was going to be high-scoring affairs.
Right.
If you were telling me the Astros and Twins were getting in 3-2 ball games, I would have said, well, this is probably advantage Twins because of their pitching.
It's the wild thing about it is I mean, look at the Astros rotation throughout the season, right? I mean, you lose Urquidy, you lose McCullers, you lose Luis Garcia, and you have some young bucks that step in and pitch well, and it's like, man, do we have confidence in these guys or not? Do we like these guys in the starting rotation come playoff time or not? And those guys kind of struggle, fall by the wayside. Javier steps up big when you need it the most, and then here comes Urquidy with very little work, really, relatively speaking, after coming up after the injury, and he's lights out. So I think you're right. I think this team had enough offense without Abreu to win a World Series. The pitching, I just don't know that they had enough pitching without Javier and Urquidy both being big time. I don't know if they had enough pitching to get all the way to the World Series.
And let's be honest, I think a big thing with all this we're talking about, you talk about it all the time, boy, the Astro arrogance. I think Tyler probably paints the picture of a lot of people that have been Astros fans.
Proud of it.
But I'm going to be honest with you, Tyler. I know it. I'm going to be honest with you. there are a lot of people who jumped off of that Astro arrogance boat
Pansies.
that you're on. The feel of confidence had lowered. And I know I came in earlier this week and talked about, you're the Astros. Like, you guys, it seems like there's fear of the like you're scared of the Twins.
Scary ass hoes.
I think that's what I said, maybe. But that was prior to the shots. But I think this series and how it developed made people remember, these are the Astros. Right? These are the Astros, the guys with the experience.
Yeah. I had to convince In the Loop a few weeks ago that the Astros were going to be just fine getting into the playoffs. Like, Landry was almost convinced, we really got to think about this. Are they going to be there in October? Come on, man.
Now, I know for most it was fair. You drop those series to the Royals and the A's right there, and you put yourself in the position for a 3-game set against the Mariners that you got to win. But they did win it. They were the Astros then, and they showed it. They've been the Astros since that series. Since they flew to Seattle and then finished in Arizona, they have been – it's like that's when the switch, at least right now, flipped. But I think this series, the end of the year, made people kind of get back to the thought of these are the Astros. We pitch well. We play great defense. We make plays. Jeremy Pena in the middle of the diamond, making plays all throughout. I think this gave people the confidence that this is the team that we've been accustomed to watching.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's no doubt they're hitting on all cylinders right now. And, I mean, but Tyler, getting into the playoffs was scary as hell. I mean, the Texans, I mean, the Rangers pissed down their leg, man. It was shaky down the stretch, no question about it. But when you look at the Astros, I think Roflo said something a little earlier that was spot on, and it's just the Astros are above doing what the Twins did. He said, the last handful of innings, the Twins were out there trying to hit a 5-run home run. Yep. It wasn't last night. He was talking about a previous game, an earlier game.
He was talking about the first game of the series.
Yeah. But just that being an example of the inexperienced guys that haven't been there, that press a little bit too. The Cowboys, they're on the screen, by the way. The Astros just don't do that. You know what I mean? Like, the Astros just don't. Last night, it just doesn't seem like anybody's pressing. I'm on the edge of my couch, and I'm crapping peach seeds, man. I mean, it's a rough look, man, and the Astros are just rocking and rolling, no sweat.
Somebody texted in on the text line, 713-572-4610. Biggest things for me, Maldonado proved to me why he should absolutely start every game in the playoffs with the way he handles these pitchers. Yainer Diaz showed he is not there yet with the bat in a big series. I don't necessarily want to say that yet. Like, I think that I want to see Yainer Diaz. I think he got the first one out the way. That's his first time was in a madhouse in Minneapolis as the DH swinging. I don't think this means he shouldn't be playing it. I think he should get at least a start in this series. And the way that it goes, I think he will. He should get a start in this series. Maldonado has just done kind of what he has done throughout this whole run of these years that he's been here. But I don't think this means Diaz shouldn't be a part of this.
Look, I mean, winning's going to cure all that. I mean, like I said before, I mean, if you do go with Diaz, you're going to get a wild, undisciplined at bats that can that with one swing can change the game. If you go with Maldonado, you're going to get the old vet that yes, calls a better game than Diaz. Obviously, has a little bit more of a leadership role, significantly bigger leadership role in the clubhouse, and is steady Eddie, been there before, done that before. That's who you're going to get with those two. They're just two totally different players. So I just when you're winning and Maldonado's in the lineup, hell yeah, everybody's good with it. He's calling good games. The minute one of them pitchers blow up, it's well, did Maldonado call? Yeah, I mean, it's just
it'll turn on them. Yeah, so big performance. God, as someone texted in, that scary ass hose drop might be one of all time.
Scary ass hose.
Why didn't you stop me from doing that? You saw me rolling. Dude, you saw me rolling.
You started the show with that.
You saw me rolling. You could have stopped. You could have put up a stop sign for me.
Hit that one more time, T.
Scary ass hose.
You see that? That's the horse. You see how it's almost
But I hadn't drank anything yet.
When you said that?
That's the start of the show.
That was seconds into the show.
But you saw where I was. You saw my eyes. Landry tried to get me juiced up. Landry had the audacity to tell me that I'm what did he say I was? He said I was.
You were dug in.
I'm dug in. Oh boy, that ran.
On
that
Dusty.
He turned me up.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
Okay. Yeah, B Scott's one of them fellas that just, all right, you open up that door, I'm going to kick that sucker in is what I'm going to do. And then that GD followed later on. All right, coming up, we'll get you ready as the injury report is officially out for the Texans. We'll let you know where things are, and there is one very, very important piece that looks like he's not going to play on Sunday. We'll fill you on that, as well as we'll get you ready for the times of the Astros ALCS with the Rangers. That's been announced, and what strategy goes with that as well, with Thursday Night Football coming up tonight, a big one, which you can watch here at Buffalo Wild Wings here in Royal Oaks. All of that coming up next on The Drive. But before we get there, man, I'm here at Buffalo Wild Wings, and this is a good place to order a little Crown. And since it is football season and this NFL season has started, we're weeks in, Crown Royal is giving back to the generous hosts that May Royal, all right? To the fans out there that open up their doors to celebrate game day each and every Sunday with food and drinks and host and make everybody feel comfortable. We want to raise a glass. I just raised my glass here as I'm sitting here. We want to raise a glass for all of those hosts who conduct these watch parties to kick things off with Crown. Because Crown Royal believes if you live generously, life will treat you royally. Go ahead and visit crownroyal.com to find out how Crown is living generously all season long. And please remember to drink responsibly.
It's Texans game week. Can D'Amico rally the troops to a bounce-back win against the Saints on Sunday? Texans Countdown gets going at 9. Kickoffs at noon with Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and John Harris on the call. Then Texans postgame as soon as the clock hits zeros.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Bell Furniture and Beta Bell Prices Traffic Center, your traffic report is sponsored by Tachus. On 69, the East Tex Freeway, southbound before Kelly Street, it's a stall that has a left shoulder blocked. Traffic slowing you down? Does your internet slow down too? Tachus Fiber Internet offers speeds as fast as light over 100% pure fiber optic network. Find out more at tachus.com/radio. That's TACHUS.com/radio. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610. Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Zach Gelb with an Odyssey sponsored by Northern Tool. Start solving your projects today at northerntool.com. We're made for this. The Chiefs have defeated the Broncos 15 straight times. Denver's last win against Kansas City came back on September 17th of 2015. There's no doubt about it that the Chiefs will win tonight. The only question I have is, will the Chiefs offense put up more points than the number of times Amazon shows Taylor Swift
he did not practice today, and he didn't practice yesterday, and he is struggling with a concussion and in the concussion protocol. So the thought would be is, boy, it's hard to think he would be able to go if he had practiced the last 2 days in concussion protocol. So that's one to watch, the Tank Dell.
Yeah, look, I think overall when you look at the injury report for the Texans, there is a ton of good news. Overall, the entire team is getting significantly healthier. And you've got guys, you've got Tavierre Thomas, Denzel Perryman, Josh Jones, as you mentioned, Shaquille Griffin, George Fant, who was limited. I mean, Malik Collins, who did not practice. I mean, you got a ton of dudes on this long injury list that were full participants. That, boy, if they weren't, man, we'd be in a really, really, really bad spot. And so I think overall it's great. But Ryan, Tank Dell in this thing is a problem. I mentioned earlier about how I just feel like this team has to open it up and create more explosives and be more aggressive from a play calling perspective.
Well, you're certainly not helped with this.
Oh, that's it, man. I mean, you without Tank Dell, man, that's going to be a tough task. So unfortunate Tank Dell did not practice, but the rest of this list, it's long, but it's good news.
Like, listen, and this is with him, Clint, the injury part in his survival with his size was always going to be a question. Yep. Now, this is one, Christian Harris got a concussion.
Well, think about how he got the concussion, trying to keep the ball from hitting the ground on a catch and hit his face on the ground.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't get hit. He did it himself, trying to catch a ball and keep the ball from hitting the turf. So
that's just a concern with his size. That was always a concern, and we'll see if I would think he's not going to play. Concussion kind of protocol.
Yep.
This is 2 days in a row.
Well, with a concussion, if you're not having any kind of symptoms or if they've cleared you, you practice. I mean, clearly he's still having he's having symptoms or showing signs of.
Now, I guess he could practice tomorrow and then have Friday, Saturday, and could get back. Yeah. But we'll see on that. Josh Jones, another full participant 2 days in a row, so that'll be interesting to watch what happens there. So the Texans, they're dealing with much better injury luck, but the one with Tank Dell, that's one to watch.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, the Astros, they had their 7th straight American League Championship Series.
7 times.
That's right. Thank you, Justin. 7 times. Oh my God, boy! I bet his wife when he got home was like, God, I really love that.
Oh, you think it did it for her?
Do it again. I think she. I mean, we know
up in the living room and do it again.
Yeah, and we know they're not afraid to take photos. So
I'm doing the World Series.
They have a lot of time.
That's my favorite right there. I'm doing the World Series.
I'm doing the World Series.
Thank you, Dusty. Speaking of the ALCS, this is the schedule. If you have not heard that yet, Game 1 is Sunday, 7:15. Game 1 is Sunday, so you have plenty of time after that Texans game to get yourself ready. It's going to be a long day for Houston, and yes, we will have Clint's predictions tomorrow on what will happen with these 2 major games, like he did last week. But Sunday, a big one, 7:15, Game 1. That will be Justin Verlander. I don't know who the Rangers are going to run out there. I would imagine Nathan Eovaldi, the way he has pitched. We'll see about Max Scherzer, who has been out for a while. But we know Verlander will go Game 1. Game 2, 3:37 p.m. on Monday. So that'll be fun during the day games. Within Games 3 and 4 will be in Texas, or in Arlington, 7 o'clock starts. And the way this thing will go, Clint, they're going to go 2 in Houston, 3 in Arlington, and then 2 more in Game 6 and 7 if those are necessary in Houston. So that is the schedule. And when you look at this, Clint, it is Game 1, Game 2, back-to-back days, travel day, and then 3 straight games in Games 3, 4, and 5. I think that, to me, really favors the Astros because, to me, they have the superior pitching staff and especially in the bullpen, because that's what this thing is going to be about for the Astros. how much and how quickly can you get into that bullpen? That is the absolute weakest part of the Texas Rangers. And Clint, to be honest with you, Roflo, who was on with us at 240, kind of hinted towards it. In this run, in them blowing out the Rays and blowing away the Orioles, as we said yesterday, it was 32 to 12 or something like that in those games.
Yeah.
They never had to really be tested for the bullpen.
It's what they needed to do, right? I mean, they're going to be tested in a 7-game series, and it's going to be tested versus the Astros lineup. It's just how well do they hold up. This is one thing along the same lines. I just think, especially with the Rangers, I think the Astros have just such a huge advantage as it pertains to the options in the bullpen. And in particular, those long relief. I mean, you got to look at J.P. France. You got to look at Hunter Brown. Those two guys are going to, I would imagine, will be critical throughout a 7-game series, especially versus this lineup where you can get crafty with what arms you go out there, what kind of matchups you try to create or want to create, or more importantly, want to avoid. Those guys bridging the gap to our bullpen, which is nails. When you're talking about those
nails compared to the Rangers.
yeah. Relative, it's all relative, right, to your opponent, and I just think the Astros have a huge advantage over a 7-game stretch, and it's big. It's not just our bullpen's bigger. The bullpen has like different pieces, better pieces, and more pieces, and options should have options throughout.
Yeah, so that's going to be the key. There's a lot of keys, and we'll get into them tomorrow as we'll prepare for that. Still celebrating and more looking at what they've been able to accomplish to get through the Minnesota Twins. But that will most definitely be, I think, the key to the series is, can you make Texas have to do what they didn't have to do in their run thus far, and that is really depend on their bullpen.
I'm doing the World Series.
5 o'clock fire.
All right. God, stop doing that. All right, Thursday night football tonight, and you can watch that right here. Come on out right now. Hang out. They've got TVs all over the place as the Chiefs will host the Denver Broncos.
Broncos country. That's right.
As Clint said, they're trying to avoid their worst start since, when was that,
1994, man.
1994, yeah. That was when John Elway was almost about over it. Before they started to really make some changes, probably before right when Dan Reeves probably take over that gig there. Listen, Taylor Swift's going to be there, so Travis Kelce's going to play, and I think it probably would be better for him to just get a rest, because I think they can beat the Broncos without Travis Kelce, and they could probably use the rest after he just had that bad ankle sprain Sunday. But obviously, Taylor ain't coming into attendance. She ain't coming to watch him stand on the sidelines. Is there any way?
That'd be a wild deal, wouldn't it? I mean, if Taylor Swift comes to Kelsey's game and he goes out there and gets you about 5 snaps.
Any chance you think this is a game tonight?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those NFL games, bro, where it's like it's too good. What's the line, Tyler?
10.5. 10.5.
Yeah, I mean, like 10.5. To me, that's like easy money. That's like, listen, let me go ahead and put a big number on that and make a little bit of money. But it's just one that's too damn. I mean, in my mind, and I haven't watched a ton of Denver, but in my mind, I mean, that should be a 14 or 17 point spread. I mean, it's Denver. They're awful. I mean, this has got to make this has
their
got
defense is one of the worst.
I know. That's what I'm talking about.
Their rushing defense is like the Texans from last year.
Yeah,
I like
Clint,
that one right
they're actually. I think they're actually. Last time I looked at it, they were worse.
Clint, they've given up 755 yards rushing the last 3 weeks.
Let me hear you say hell yeah.
755 yards rushing the last 3 weeks.
I mean, this should be an absolute. I mean, the Chiefs should blow the door. I don't give a damn who plays. The Chiefs should blow the doors off of the Denver Broncos. This thing's got a 3, 4, 5 point game written all over it.
You think so?
Yes. It's too good to be true. If you want it to be a 3, 4, 5 point game, let me put some money on that.
I would have thought that coming in, because the Broncos, their offense isn't awful. Right, they've had moments like they open up against Washington 21-3, right at the game. And they had some moments against the Jets last week. It sounds like they are about to tear it down. They're releasing players. There are players that are on the trip. Like they seem like they are. It is a mental thing with them about things. So it seems like they potentially are about to fall apart, which is the only reason why I wonder if this thing will be as tight as it could be. All right, one of the major reasons the Twins fell to the Astros. A lot of heroes in this thing, but we got to give credit to a person who I think was a major reason why the Astros are moving on to play the Rangers in the ALCS. We will get to that coming up. Coming up next right here live from Buffalo Wild Wings here in Royal Oaks. Join us as well. But before we get to that, about this hero that many aren't talking about, we got to talk about soda weight loss. I lost 122 pounds in 11 months, and it was no tricks. I didn't take a pill. I didn't have any kind of surgery. I didn't do anything that was unhealthy or different from something that I could have maintained. And I told them that. I said, listen, I don't want to do any kind of scientific tricks or anything like that. I want to do something that I can maintain. And I was able to do it. One of the big reasons why, certified.
Now what D'Amico said?
Y'all ain't gotta like him, but y'all love him.
Damian Pierce ain't the problem.
D'Amico did.
I got to get with Andre Ware right here.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm with you, Dre. 31 is not the problem. Now, are there, a play here or there where, hey, man, you should have bounced it? Should have stuck with the block. The cutback clearly wasn't there. You cut back and lost a yard. If you'd have just committed to the blocking scheme, maybe you could have popped it outside. Or sure. There's moments like that.
But you don't watch it thinking, boy, we got it. We got to get 2-6 in there.
I don't watch this team struggles to run the football and go, yeah, man, he's changed running backs. We got a shot. Now, Devin Singletary, clearly a little shiftier. He may make the first guy miss when that guy's unblocked. But if that's your answer to your run game, let me get a shifty guy that can make guys miss 3 yards deep in the backfield.
Yeah, I was gonna say
that I don't know if that's gonna make things better.
Maybe Barry Sanders is available.
Right, that's why I force him into retirement early. Here's the deal, Ron. And there's a lot wrong. This isn't just a running back, or this isn't just a right tackle or a center, or I've said it a lot. These defenses they have the ability to suffocate this offense. The linebackers and edge rushers, they have quick triggers because this team is playing on schedule way too much. There's no explosive. There's no big play. There's really no interest in even trying it. So that's going to be a problem. I'm going to tell you, the one thing that sticks out about this run game, first 31 ain't the problem. Secondly is there's simple stuff that I've watched multiple offensive linemen struggle with. That the only answer I have, and I know people accuse me of always being too harsh on coaching. The only thing I can point to is coaching. In this, I'm not.
Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Royal Oaks Buffalo Wild Wings on Westheimer, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in here. Congratulations to our winners. We've got one more gift prize to hook somebody up with. And if you have not put your name in the raffle box, you can go ahead and do that right now. You win before we get up out of here. As we roll through here, the Astros, they did it, baby. They got that thing done. Come on, man. Tell me the truth. Was you nervous? You wasn't nervous before this series, were you? You felt good.
No, I wasn't nervous one bit. I thought they were going to sweep, and Carlos Correa didn't scare me.
Yeah.
So, I mean, look, I was one game off. It took them 4 games to get it done.
I'm not going to lie to you, and I didn't, and Tyler, you were there as well. I didn't say it to you. I was watching. We were at Kirby Ice House, and I didn't want to say it to Tyler because I didn't want to give bad vibes. I did not feel good if Carlos Correa came up to that plate. I did.
I'd poop my pants.
I did not. I was sitting there and I'm thinking, boy, Ryan Presley's falling behind every one of these hitters.
Mixes all nerves.
He's coming behind every one of these hitters. He just did a cartwheel very similar to my beautiful daughter, who is just learning. She's just learning in her gymnastic class. He did a cartwheel very similar to that, which, as Clint said, I thought he broke his ankle. I thought he was hurt.
I thought something was bad wrong, and they didn't have anybody warming up in that bullpen. I thought, boy, it's going to be one hell of a way to slide to Game 5.
Yeah, I thought it was. But then I was like, boy, you got to get him out. You got to get. They can't, and the broadcast, we couldn't really hear it, but they were doing a hell of a job. They kept showing him in that on-deck circle. They kept showing number 4 over there.
Oh, yeah.
They kept showing him, and I was thinking, boy, but I don't have a good feeling if he comes up. I do not have a good feeling if he comes up. And he did not come up because Ryan Presley, 3-2, shut the thing down and got his 13th career save. But I did not have good feelings if Correa came up.
I mean, Presley made us sweat a bit. I mean, in terms of Correa getting up in a game-changing moment, that's for damn sure. I mean, I thought the broadcast did a tremendous job, man. Literally –
the last 3 innings. I mean, literally, it was the moment that Carlos Correa lined out to Jeremy Pena. To me, it was like the broadcast crew flipped a switch to, okay, let's build the energy, let's build the anticipation to whether Carlos Correa comes back. Yeah, and the crowd got into it. I mean, the crowd was as if they had bases loaded every damn at bat, and there was nobody on base. They never had anybody reach base beyond that moment. So I thought the broadcast crew did a hell of a job. They literally had me sitting on pins and needles, just enjoying the game and living and dying by every damn pitch because they built it up so much, and the Minnesota Twins fans were standing the whole time. The atmosphere was absolutely crazy, man.
The Correa thing with him is the things that he said after these games is like you can tell and understand, like all the years that he played shortstop, he wasn't just out there playing with his eyes closed, he seems to know everybody's tendencies. Like he knows everybody that he is played behind over. Like what he talked about with Framber, what he was looking for when he knocked Framber out the game. We talked about, I know exactly what he's going to do. He's going to throw that sinker and that changeup. I know I got to stay on that. Like you could tell he's having a game plan, what he wants to do. That's my thing is, how many times has he been behind Ryan Presley? And to understand what it is that Ryan Presley's going to try to do to him and what kind of pitches he's going to sit on. And his last at-bat, he hit one right on the barrel, right on the screws. Yep. He just hit it right to Pena. And had to find a new helmet when he came back up because he broke that sucker. But that was my thing is he knows everybody. It's not just that he's clutch. Now he's adding clutch with pretty good information. But as he said after the game, Maldonado was going the opposite. Maldonado was calling the game and pitching opposite, especially to him, to try to maybe break some of the tendencies.
The game within the game, man. I mean, I've said it all year long. Like they're minimizing what Maldonado does bring to the table when he's on the diamond, whether it's one game or all 4 games of a series. Minimizing that is a mistake. There is a advantage Astros when he's behind the plate versus Diaz being behind the plate in terms of that leadership, in terms of calling the game. Now you can make of it what you want. Like you can make it. Oh well, it's not that important. It's not that bad. Well, that's fine. But we got to acknowledge that there is advantage. Astros when he is back there in terms of calling a game, and this year it's gone off the rails and it hadn't been great. But boy, this Twins series, it damn sure was.
No, it was, and I want to say this, Clint. There were a lot of heroes. Jose Abreu, the Jose's, as Rofalo said earlier, the Jose's, Urquidy last night, masterful performance, as well as Jose Abreu. That's what you thought you were going to get when you went out and made that move. That guy that, boy, just makes it. Like it's like if he's hitting like that, you say to yourself, damn, we got Altuve to deal with. Oh, damn, we got Bregman to deal with. Oh, damn, we got the best hitter on the planet, Alvarez, to deal. All right, maybe we can breathe. No, you can't, because you got the RBI leader in 30-30 almost in Kyle Tucker. All right, now we can breathe. And that move right there to put him right there in that spot to think, boy, you got a former MVP, a guy that's been one of the best run producers in baseball in his 9 years since he's been there. That's what the thought was. Then Brantley behind him. That's what the thought was, and you finally got it. But to me, man, I thought a big difference in this thing was the Houston Astros had Dusty Baker and the Minnesota Twins didn't. Dusty Baker taught a masterclass to me. Dusty Baker still managed like the game was happening and didn't manage the game the night before the way Rocco Baldelli did. He gives up a home run early, right? I know I'm sitting there thinking, oh, boy, this is Urquidy. He's about to get touched up tonight. He gave up a double, got lucky with a pickoff, and then gave up a home run right away. But he sticks with them and lets him, and he has confidence, and he moves through and believes in him. Their manager, Rocco Baldelli, their pitcher comes out. He makes one mistake in 2 innings. All right, you're out, because that had to be predetermined. There's no way that kid with Joe Ryan was pitching the way he was, and you say, no, this makes sense to get him out. It was predetermined. And Dusty made every decision. If you look at when he left Christian Javier in the fifth in the last game to go get those guys, even the one move that kind of didn't work for him, Framber, it made sense when he explained it, trying to get a double play out of Correa. But the lineup, how he put it together, the Maldonado, he was clearly an advantage at manager over the Twins manager.
Look, I think Dusty did a hell of a job. There's no doubt about it. He was right a lot more than he was wrong in this damn series. And being a manager, a lot of times you're wrong, and you got to deal with the blowback. He was right, and it paid off big time. For me, this thing is about Christian Javier, bro. We've talked about this multiple times with the Abreu, Christian Javier, Jose Urquidy situation. If the Astros have 3, I'm really confident. You know, we've seen the bullpen games go the Astros' way. You know that even if it's not right, you got J.P. France, Jose Urquidy, Hunter Brown. You got some dudes to roll through in a bullpen game to get you to the real bullpen. You got 3 starters in a 7-game series. You can do work now. And Christian Javier pitching, not just the Twins versus Minnesota, but also late in the season, his last handful, man. That was big. That was big. For my confidence needle moved big time with him performing well.
Yeah, we'll see if he can continue
playoff Javier, baby.
And we'll see if he can continue that. All right, Clint, Tyler, this is fresh off the presses. I got this right here. You can't find this on Twitter. You can't find this on social media. This is big news that we will give on the other side. Coming up, big news that just hit me in the last few minutes that you have to stay tuned and listen right here to The Drive to find out. We'll let you know what that is coming up next.
If you listen off.
treats my heartburn for a full 24 hours for one-and-done relief.
It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Royal Oaks Buffalo Wild Wings on Westheimer, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here, Thirsty Thursdays. And yes, as I said, I gotta make a quick little announcement here. I gotta make a little announcement. Tyler, are you listening?
Yeah, I'm very interested as to what you're about to say.
Here is the announcement. Just got this from the boss, right here. I just got this from the boss, and this is I want to let the people know, because Monday, as I said, I gave you the schedule for the playoffs. I gave you the schedule for the World Series, and I told you, 7:15 is game one, and then game two has a 3:37 start. And listen, man, if you ain't got tickets to the game, and I know these tickets can be pricey, you know what? Come hang out with us, the Drive, because Clint, Tyler, especially Clint, we will be live from I hate this, Tyler. This is not, I just feel you staring at me. We will be live from Little Woodrow's in Edo. We will be out there. We'll start our show from 2 to 6. We'll be from 2 to 5, on Monday. It's a quick show. 2 to 5, we'll be out at Little Woodrow's in Edo. First pitch, game two. We'll be there, so come on out. If you listen, I know a lot of people will act like they're going to all be at the game, but if you're not, come on downtown. Come fill this thing up. Come hang out with us. The energy is going to be big. It's going to be great. We'll be at Little Woodrow's in Edo, and that'll be a hell of a spot to go watch the game.
What time is first pitch?
3:37.
3:37. That means that about 5 o'clock, that thing will be coming to a head, won't it?
It will be, and I'm gonna get hammered at 2 o'clock.
Oh, are you?
Yep. 2 o'clock.
At 2?
Yep, no, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, man.
Just kidding,
just
man.
Remember, you got a couple other guys that are connected to you. Their livelihoods are connected to you, man.
No, but that'll be fun. That'll be fun. Woodrow's, Edo, I've been there a few times. It gets live, and I would imagine down here with the Astros playing game two, it's gonna be a wild situation.
Tyler, are you gonna be out there?
I'll be out there after the game, maybe, but no, I don't believe I'll be out there. I got to be here with this board,
I mean, I think we got to work. I think we got to work a little something out, man.
No, it's too important, according to you.
Well, I'm just telling you the quality. I mean, I'm just giving you a little pub.
I miss Tyler out there. Right. Remember Tyler come out there with that baseball bat when we were doing World Series games.
He come running up from that parking garage, going, "Man,
man, those were the moments."
Hit somebody with his bat
when the Astros were in the World Series, and we had a
POS trying to steal it.
You remember that's how we really met Hotel Bobby. Bobby Nightingale.
Oh, 2 Chainz.
We saw Bob Nightingale.
Boy, he came easing up, didn't he?
He came easing up, had a button down.
Oh,
he had them gold chains, didn't he?
Multiple gold chains on the neck and the wrist.
Gold chains, yes. I said, wow, I didn't know Bob Nightingale went down like that.
Look here,
Look at old Bob Nightingale.
Walked straight to our set from the Marriott.
At the lobby.
The Marriott
no
bar. There ain't no doubt.
And then we asked him what you drink. He said, "Hey, just straight vodka.
Yeah, vodka.
Just a splash."
I said, "What you put in it? Nothing." Oh, wow. Okay. Splash of cranberry, didn't he?
Cranberry, like you can't even see it. Just a tint. I said, "Damn, there you go, Bobby." No, so it'll be a good time. Once again, guys. You just missed it. This Jimmy from the boss that we will be. At Little Woodrow's in Edo, as game two is a 3:37 start time. We will be there live at 2 o'clock, getting you ready for the game as things end at 5 o'clock, and it will be a really, really good time. As
much needed, much appreciated.
That should be a Framber start, right? Game two, if Verlander's going game one, that should be a Framber Valdez start. So. Hopefully he can rebound in that thing, and we'll have ourselves a good time. So come on out, hang out at Little Woodrow's with us, and you never know, man. I might be a little spicy, so it should be a good time. Good time.
Oh, it might hail.
What?
You a little bit spicy, huh?
A little bit spicy. A little bit spicy like JV. Can I get that from you, Tyler? Tyler, who is the sixth best producer in all of Afternoon Drive, not in New York, in Los Angeles. Justin Verlander last night, the speech last night, boy, you can't let that one ride. This was him as Fox Sports made the mistake of going live on live television. They would have been able to hit that dump button fast enough if they had one for him. Here was Justin Verlander and the Astros celebrating going to their 7th straight ALCS.
Who's going to do the celebration? Who want to do the celebration? Me. Yeah. No. I'm doing the World Series. You do this. All right. Boys, this is one of those seasons, nothing went our way early. We battled through injuries. Yeah. We grinded. I wasn't even here. I'm happy to be back. Yeah. Seventh time. All right. Don't take that for granted. On 7, everybody pop these motherfuckers. 2,
3. JV just let it go, boy, on that thing, man.
7 time.
That man Dusty. Nah, I got. When they knocking down the door like nobody wasn't gonna take it.
Yeah.
It seemed like nobody wasn't gonna take it. Boy, I'd have been the first one that stepped up and took that thing. Here, I got it.
That was great. As if you need another reason to really like Justin Verlander, he is a solid cusser.
Strong.
When somebody just
didn't think about it.
It's just effortless, man. It's
7 times.
I just greatly appreciate the guy that can in rhythm effortlessly use the really any curse word, but the F word to put a little bit more into what he has to say. It's just
really solidify.
He is convincing.
Yeah, he let it ride.
7 of them jokers, man.
7, baby. 7 hard.
It was great. There's so much good about that. Like Dusty saying, "Now I'm gonna get the World Series." First of all, that's gonna be some bulletin board material. But the way in which he said it was absolutely beautiful.
I'm doing the World Series, baby.
I'm doing the World Series.
And then Justin Verlander just easing in there. Hell, I wasn't even here.
Yeah.
I wasn't even here.
He said, we've been through so much from the beginning, from the start of the season. Hell, I wasn't even here from the start of the season. I don't know why I just said that.
Yeah, that is solid. Like you said, FS1 had to be cringing.
Yeah, cringing. Yeah. And then David Ortiz up there cracking up afterwards.
You think that's still a thing?
The F-bomb, yeah.
The F-bomb, yes.
They get the F violation.
So
you get
what
7 of those. They had to probably pay a fine.
They got 7 violations in a 30-second span.
Yeah, they had to pay a fine. And maybe Kate Upton had to pay it too. But they had to pay a fine. But they sure enough had to do that.
Just media in general is just so much more lax than it's ever been, right? From the stuff, clothing to the way, the delivery to everything's just so much more relaxed. And obviously 7 F-bombs isn't going to slide under the under the table.
Just as smooth as he said. By the way, Tyler, there's no way Lance McCullers could have been in there. It seemed like somebody had to be forced.
Get your crap together, Clint.
No, it seemed like nobody.
Verlander rubbed off on me.
Did we have to dump?
He had to dump.
I didn't even hear it.
I almost dropped it. I almost dropped a JV.
I'm not sure if you finished the word, but you most definitely started it, so I hit that little red button.
Yeah,
I see B. Scott in there, so that's probably where it's coming from.
B. Scott, what the heck?
Yeah, all right, B. Scott.
Oh,
boy,
man.
Yeah, he had him a few of them. But no, yeah. He seemed like they had to force somebody to take this speech. Because I know if Lance was in there,
yeah.
I got it, Coach. I got it. I think Lance is probably like Jim Nance, stays up
in the H
and has one always loaded, already ready and written down.
Lance would have snuck it in there. By the way, man, me and Luis Garcia, man, our rehab's coming along great.
Coming right now.
We're a month
we can go.
schedule.
If we can get to the World Series, we might be able to give you a couple innings out of the bullpen.
Luis gonna be ready for Game 7 if you need him, Dusty.
Oh man, yeah, there it was, man.
I'm doing the World Series.
I'm doing the World Series, baby. Coming up behind joined us, Texans All Access. John McClain will be on it tonight. By the way, remember, John McClain will be with us tomorrow in the 4 o'clock hour.
Booger butt.
There's Booger Butt. Thursday Night Football. You can come out here to Buffalo Wild Wings and watch it, and you can listen to it right here on Sports Radio 610 as the Broncos will take on the Kansas City Chiefs. By the way, with this thing, the Rangers they are coming into town. Many thought if this were to happen, I mean, you told us what 3 weeks ago this would happen. You would think that the Astros were the wild card team, and they had to maneuver through the Rays and the Orioles to get here, and would have to be playing in Arlington. But no, the Astros won that thing on the last day of the regular season. Do you think home field advantage will play any kind of a major? 713-572-4610. Clint said no right off the bat. No, do you think it'll play a major role in this?
I mean, not as it pertains to the Astros. I mean, it may for the Rangers. I mean, the Rangers may flinch, they may blink when the going gets tough here in Houston, possibly in game 1 or 2. In fact, I hope it does. But as it pertains to us, Astros fans, no, I just don't. I mean, it may be a touch of that Astros arrogance. I don't know what the hell's going to happen. But for me, man, I look at it and this team just doesn't blink. I mean, the whole thought of conversations that revolve around experience and being there before and not blinking, not flinching, all that kind of stuff. Most of the time that's coach speak, and you've got to at least part of your roster that is that's going to struggle in those moments. But I mean, there's not even the youngsters. I mean, Jeremy Pena, hell, his biggest moments are when the stage is big and bright and lights are bright.
Yeah.
I mean, the youngsters, it's just like they just fall right in line with Altuve and Jordan and Tucker and all these guys. It's crazy. I just don't think that it matters at all where these games are played as it pertains to the Astros.
I don't think in this series it will. I mean, let's just be honest. I mean, we saw it even in this series. The Astros aren't like a dominant team at home. And the Astros aren't afraid on the road, right there. But I do think I think it already helped. I think it helped the Astros to have that time off. Some of the guys, some of their older players, to get the 5 days off that they got while the other teams were playing in the wild card round. I think that did help the Astros. And to be honest with you, I think it probably helped the Rangers just coming right in and playing and going right in. And playing right away to get themselves going, and now they've gotten themselves hot, as we've seen. But I do think it already paid dividends for the Astros, because I think the guys in the pen getting a little extra rest, guys like Altuve getting extra rest, Alvarez and all that, Michael Brantley getting extra time to get himself ready. I think it did already help from that standpoint. We appreciate everybody who has played a part in this. Robert Flores, who joined us earlier, we appreciate you. Everybody here at Buffalo Wild Wings, our good friends at Bud Light, we thank you as well. Tyler, great job holding it down back at the station. Clint, great job as always. And our promo staff, our engineer Matt, we appreciate everything that you have done to keep us on the air here as well. And remember, game 2 of this series against the Rangers, we will be live. If you don't have tickets to the game, come on out, Little Woodrow's in Edo, and hang out with us. I am Ron Hughley, as always, Houston. We love you, baby. And if we were to go, I wouldn't go unless Tyler could go. I've got the kids, so I don't want to get in trouble with my job. So I would stomp my
We need an Astros-Rangers rivalry.
I was exactly on the same page.
And not only do we need that, we need a division race, and then we need a playoff series. So we need them to go for the division, and then the team that doesn't win the division, we need a playoff series. 100%. We've been cheated out of this, and this is good for baseball. And if you're listening to me right now, you'll say, well, that's a little bit dramatic. Baseball's a regional sport. Right now, we got teams that have no impact on us bitching about us. Mm-hmm. Oh, White Sox, cute. You're upset. Oh, Dodgers, who gives a crap about y'all? Y'all choke it away in the National League anyways, and y'all can't even show your faces to the World Series. Oh, Yankees, y'all are still upset. Y'all are our bitches. We need a rivalry like this with substance. It would be good for baseball. It would be good for the city.
I'm going to take it a step further. I think this is going to be the best. This is stacking up to be the best baseball in the state of Texas in at least 50 years, in more than 50 years. This has never happened where both teams are separating themselves from the division. I think they're now almost 5.5, 6 games ahead of third place. Both teams are extremely hot and playing at a high level. The Astros are 11-5 over the last 16 games, and we're giddy. Well, guess what? The Rangers are 13-3. I mean, they are playing Yankees, Red Sox, old school baseball rivalry, watching each other in June, marking the calendar for June 30th when I think they play a 4-game series in Arlington. Rangers are 39-24. The Astros are 36. The Rangers 39-20. The Astros are 36-24. I was giddy this morning, and when I saw that you were messaging the same things on the dock,
have to have it.
I was just
it's a must.
This is going to be the ultimate rivalry in the history of Texas baseball.
And you've never, you don't feel any in-season. You haven't been threatened in-season in a while, unless you were really, taking COVID serious, with the A's and stuff. Yeah. You haven't felt threatened in-season in a while in this division. What better team than the Rangers, who sucked when you've been good, and you sucked when they were good, and you've never just been able to align in the American League?
How do you guys say, may I interest you in a stat?
Yes.
Okay. Since the Astros' run of dominance began in 2017.
Oh, Lord.
In every, just the non-COVID seasons, put 2020 aside. So the 5 non-COVID seasons, the Astros have beaten the Rangers by an average of 32 games in the standings each of those 5 seasons.
Yeah. Numbers are hot.
This is fun. Is McLean coming on with you guys today?
Oh, yeah.
He is.
Okay. Because I did on the podcast yesterday, we do kind of like what you guys do, leg hiking. We do called For Real or Fugazi. Yeah. I say a sentence, and if John agrees with it, it's for real. If he disagrees, he yells, Fugazi! Yeah. I said, for real, you love the fact that the Rangers are good this year. And he fugazied all over it.
What? I thought any team in Texas?
Yeah, the same guy that was joyous over Wembayama becoming a Spur. Yeah. So.
Oh, my God.
But John, who doesn't like a fun pennant race, man?
They came into existence, I believe, in 1961 as the Senators, 1964 in Arlington. The Astros were 62.
Yeah.
Since I was born in 62, this has never happened, ever.
They were competitive with each other in 2015, but they weren't elite-level teams.
Like
they
I said,
85-win teams.
39-20 and 36-24.
These are 2 of the best 5 teams in baseball.
It's Yankees. Yeah. Well, right now, the Rangers have the second best record in baseball. The Astros have the 4th.
Right.
This is spectacular for me as a baseball fan.
And there are some people, rightfully so, who don't respect the Rangers. They haven't been respectable. And baseball is a regional sport, so you might not be paying a lot of attention to what's going on. But could I interest you in some stats?
Of course.
For anyone that might say that the Rangers aren't for real. By the way, they just put Jacob deGrom on the 60-day IL. I've heard he'll be probably in August. It might be as much mental as physical.
Yeah. What?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't hear that part.
Inside info. Now, the Rangers lead the MLB in run differential, batting average, on-base percentage, runs. They're second in slugging and OPS. And their starting pitchers are second in ERA without deGrom and third in WHIP.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun, man. It's good because I feel like we need it, and I feel like we're going to get it. I feel like we're going to get an Astros.
No. We are. We were both on the same page. And I love that the rivalry is already kind of percolating, even though they're not playing till June 30th again. It was, I guess, their first baseman, Nathaniel Lowe, said, quote, "The division is ours to lose." God, I love that. I love that. I mean, they're already going at it, kind of taking some subtle shots at each other. The Rangers are absolutely mashing. It's almost as if they know what pitch is coming.
Give me a break.
They're creating quite a buzz.
Oh, my God.
The Rangers are creating quite a buzz.